Welcome, dear friend, to a night of serene storytelling. As you settle into a cozy nook, let the gentle narration carry you away to a realm of dreamlike dreams, especially on these tranquil spring nights. Embrace the importance of relaxation, allowing the soothing sounds to wash over you, guiding you to sweet dreams. Remember, relaxation is the key to a restful slumber. For an uninterrupted experience, you can enjoy these stories ad-free on Patreon. Now, let us journey together into the world of imagination. Story 1. In the heart of the world, where the sun's final rays surrender completely to the velvet cloak of night, there lay the ancient forest of Elmshadow. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but wove itself into the very fabric of existence, threading silver through pine needles and pooling in the hollows of age-worn stones. The air itself hummed with a soft old magic, the kind that speaks not in shouts but in the rustle of a leaf, the gurgle of a stream, the slow, deep sigh of the earth breathing. It was here, under the watchful gaze of a pearl-white moon, that a young hedgehog named Pippin felt a peculiar stirring in his heart. Pippin was a creature of quiet habits, his days spent in the cozy burrow he shared with his mother, his nights devoted to the careful, methodical search for beetles and roots. But tonight was different. A soft, melodic whisper seemed to ride on the wind, a sound like distant chimes and flowing water, calling him deeper into the woods than he had ever dared to venture. With a nervous shiver that rattled his spines, Pippin stepped beyond the familiar boundary of the blackberry thicket and into the true depths of Elmshadow. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and damp under his paws. Moss thick and emerald green clothed the ancient stones in a velvet robe, and the air was rich with the scent of damp earth, decaying wood, and the sweet, haunting fragrance of night-blooming flowers. He hadn't gone far when the first of the nocturnal creatures appeared. A badger, her stripes like painted streaks of moonlight, was digging gently at the base of an oak. She paused as Pippin approached, her dark eyes kind. "You are far from your bramble patch, little one," she rumbled, her voice a comforting, gravelly sound. "The woods are restless tonight. Can you feel it?" Pippin nodded, his small nose twitching. "I hear a whisper," he confessed. "It feels sad." The badger nodded sagely. The forest speaks many languages, the trees talk in creaks and groans, sharing news of the wind. The streams babble stories from the mountain tops, and the stones hold the deepest memories, humming them on the rarest of nights. Tonight, the song is one of imbalance. The Great Willow, who holds the memory of the seasons in her roots, is troubled. Pippin's eyes widened. The Great Willow was a legend, a tree so ancient it was said her leaves were silvered not by frost, but by starlight. The badger pointed a heavy claw toward a path Pippin had not seen, a trail dotted with faint, glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue-green light. "Follow the glow moss. It will lead you to the Starlit clearing. Perhaps there you will find an answer." Thanking the badger, Pippin set off, his small heart pounding a rhythm of fear and excitement. The path was enchanted. Bioluminescent fungi lined his way like tiny lanterns, their light casting dancing shadows. Fireflies like living embers drifted through the air, blinking in a silent, friendly code. As he walked, he listened. He heard the gentle patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning high in the canopy, each drop a soft drumbeat on the leaves before finding its way to the earth. He heard the wind, a patient breath sighing through the pine boughs, a sound so soothing it felt like a lullaby for the forest itself. After a time, the trees began to thin, and Pippin emerged into the Starlit clearing. It was a perfect circle of soft, silvery grass, open to the sky. The moon and stars shone down, their light so pure and bright that everything seemed to be etched in silver and shadow. In the center of the clearing stood the most magnificent tree Pippin had ever seen. The Great Willow. Her branches did not merely hang, they flowed like a waterfall of silver leaves, each one seeming to drink the starlight. and at her base, nestled among her gnarled, powerful roots, sat a great horned owl. The owl was immense, his feathers the color of bark and twilight. His eyes were not merely eyes, but great, luminous orbs that held the depth and calm of a still, deep lake. He did not startle as Pippin approached, but simply swiveled his head, a slow and graceful motion. "You have answered the call, little seeker," the owl said, his voice a low, resonant hoot that vibrated not in the air, but in Pippin's very bones. It was a sound of immense age and gentle power. "The call, sir," Pippin squeaked, bowing his head slightly. "The sigh of the woods," the owl clarified. He gestured with a feather-tipped wing toward the willow. "She is the keeper of the turning year. In her roots she feels the deep sleep of winter, the quickening of spring, the abundance of summer, and the release of autumn. But the cycle is stuck. The forest has forgotten how to fully rest, and so it cannot properly renew." Pippin looked at the willow. Now that the owl mentioned it, he could see it. Her silver leaves, though beautiful, seemed dull at their edges. A faint, weary tremor ran through her branches. "What can be done?" Pippin asked, his own small worries forgotten in the face of this greater sorrow. The owl blinked slowly. "The magic of the seasons is a shared song. It needs all voices. The stream must sing of change, the stones must hum of patience, and the children of the moon must share their gentle wisdom. The balance is found not in one great deed, but in many small harmonies." He tilted his head. "Listen to the brook. What is it saying?" Pippin padded to the edge of the clearing, where a small, crystal-clear brook gurgled over smooth, dark stones. He closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him. At first, it was just a pleasant babble. But as he listened more deeply, he began to hear patterns, like words woven into the water's music. Too fast, no time to pause, no time to dream." "It's rushing," Pippin said, turning back to the owl. "It doesn't know how to be slow." The owl gave a soft hoot of approval. "And the stones, place your paw upon one." Pippin did as he was told, pressing his small, cool paw against a large, mossy stone at the water's edge. At first he felt only its solid, unyielding cold. But then a vibration, deep and low, thrummed up through his leg. It was a hum of immense age and profound stillness, a song with a single, unwavering note, wait. "They remember how to be still," Pippin whispered, understanding dawning. "But the water has forgotten." "Precisely," the owl said. "The stream has forgotten the wisdom of the pool, the value of resting in a quiet eddy before continuing its journey. This rushing creates a discord that the willow feels in her roots. She cannot guide the forest into the gentle release of autumn and the deep rest of winter if the very water will not slow." The owl did not tell Pippin what to do. He merely presented the problem and the pieces, trusting the hedgehog's own heart to find the way. Pippin looked from the anxious brook to the patient stones, and an idea, small and simple, began to form. He was just a little hedgehog. He could not dam the stream or command the stones. But he was a creature of the earth, and he knew how to build. He began to work. Using his snout and his clumsy paws, he started gathering smaller stones from the bank. He did not move the great, humming stones, but chose the smooth, round ones that the water had already polished. One by one he carried them to a narrow part of the stream and carefully, painstakingly, placed them in the water. It was slow, tedious work. The current tried to tug the stones from his grasp, and his paws grew cold and numb. But as he worked, others came. The badger, having finished her digging, arrived and used her powerful claws to anchor the larger stones Pippin could not move. A family of voles, drawn by the commotion, began weaving reeds and grasses between the stones, helping to seal the gaps. A fox, her coat like brushed copper in the moonlight, brought fallen branches to brace their construction. They were not building a dam to stop the water, but a gentle, curved weir. It was a suggestion to the stream, not a command. A place for the water to gather, to pause and swirl in a quiet pool, before spilling over the other side in a soft, musical cascade. As they worked, the forest's ASMR symphony played on. The rustle of leaves in the wind provided a constant, soothing backdrop. The chitter-chatter of the voles mixed with the gurgle-plop of water over stones. The soft thump of a placed rock and the gentle sigh of the willow's branches became part of the music. Finally, as the moon began its slow descent, the work was done. The stream, meeting the new stone weir, pooled behind it. The frantic rushing ceased. The water deepened, becoming a mirror that reflected the moon and the starlight and the gentle, glowing fungi along its banks. Its song changed from a frantic babble to a deep, resonant purr, a sound of contentment and rest. The moment the water's song settled into its new, slower rhythm, a tremor of a different kind went through the Great Willow. It was not a tremor of weariness, but of release. A soft, golden light kindled deep within her trunk and flowed outwards along her branches. Her silver leaves, once dull, now shimmered with an inner luminescence, each one becoming a tiny, captured star. From her highest branches, a single leaf, glowing like molten gold, detached itself. It drifted down, spinning and twirling on the quiet air, until it landed softly on the surface of the new, still pool. Where it touched, the water shimmered, and the reflection of the forest seemed to deepen, to become more real, more peaceful. The owl, who had watched the entire endeavor from his perch, spread his vast wings. "You have reminded the water how to dream," he said to Pippin and his newfound friends. "And in doing so, you have given the forest the gift of rest. The cycle is mended. The willow can now weave the magic of autumn, a slow and beautiful letting go, which will make way for winter's quiet slumber." Pippin looked around at the clearing. The air felt different, heavier, sweeter, more peaceful. The gentle rainfall had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. The wind now whispered through the willow's newly radiant leaves with a sound like soft, distant bells. He was tired, his paws sore and his body aching, but his heart was full of a warm, quiet joy. He had not performed a great feat of magic. He had simply listened, and then he had built, with the help of friends. As he turned to make his way home, the owl spoke one last time, his voice blending with the forest's nighttime chorus. "Remember this, little seeker. The greatest magic is not in moving mountains, but in hearing the sigh of a stream. It is in the harmony of many small voices, in the patience of stone, and in the courage of a gentle heart that seeks to mend what is broken. The forest will sleep well tonight, and so shall you." Pippin followed the trail of glowing mushrooms back the way he had come, the forest now feeling not vast and intimidating, but like a cozy, familiar room. The whispers he heard now were not of sadness, but of gratitude, the gentle creak of the trees, the deep hum of the stones, and the new, sleepy purr of the stream, all weaving together into a lullaby for the world. He reached his burrow as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky with lavender, and he curled into his nest of dried ferns, the peaceful, resonant magic of the balanced forest singing him into a deep and dreamless sleep. Story 2. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk upon the earth, there existed a forest so ancient that it remembered the first stars being placed in the sky. This was a realm where night was not an absence but a presence, a velvet cloak embroidered with the soft, green glow of foxfire fungi and the diamond dust of constellations. The air hummed with a quiet music, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets, the gentle patter of rain on fern fronds, the distant babble of a stream that spoke in liquid syllables. It was in this realm that a young fox, with fur the color of autumn oak leaves and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 questions, felt a peculiar restlessness. While his kin slept soundly in their dens, he would sit at the edge of a starlit clearing, watching the dance of the will-o'-the-wisps and listening to the conversations of the night. His name was Rowan, and his heart beat in time with the forest's hidden rhythms, though he did not yet understand their language. One evening, as a soft, misty rain began to fall, each drop landing with a whisper on the broad leaves of the guardian ferns, Rowan noticed something unusual. The stream that curved around the western edge of the clearing was not babbling its usual cheerful tune. Instead, it gurgled in a low, worried tone, and its waters, usually clear as polished quartz, ran murky with silt. A great ancient willow tree, whose branches swept the ground like a grandmother's skirts, sighed deeply. Her leaves trembled, and in their shivering, Rowan caught a wordless feeling of unease. It was a feeling that mirrored his own. "Why is the stream troubled?" Rowan asked a badger who was shuffling past, her nose twitching as she sampled the night air. The badger paused, her stripes like charcoal sketches in the moonlight. "The stream speaks of a blockage far upstream, near the high stones. The water cannot flow freely, and so the forest's thirst is not being quenched. The balance is shifting." Rowan's ears drooped. He knew the high stones, a circle of granite monoliths veined with glowing lichen, where the oldest magic slept. It was a journey few undertook, for the path was winding, and the night held its own mysteries. Just then a shadow detached itself from the boughs of the willow. It was an owl, so old that the patterns on his feathers looked like a map of the forest itself. His eyes were two pools of molten amber, and when he blinked, it was as slow and deliberate as the setting of a sun. "You hear it too, little one," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that vibrated in Rowan's bones. "The forest's song is out of tune." "I hear it, elder," Rowan replied, dipping his head in respect. The owl was called Alurin, and he was the keeper of silent things. "Listening is the first step," Alurin said, alighting silently on a moss-covered stone nearby. "But to understand, you must learn the language not just of the stream, but of the stones that guide it and the trees that shelter it. The forest speaks in a symphony, and you are hearing only one instrument's distress." Alurin did not lecture. He simply opened a door in Rowan's mind. He taught the young fox how to press his ear to the bark of a tree and feel the slow, thrumming pulse of sap rising and falling like a sleeping breath. He showed him how to skim his paw over the surface of a still pool and read the stories written in the ripples. He explained that the wind did not just blow. It carried messages from distant valleys and mountain peaks, messages of changing weather and shifting seasons. "The magic of this place is the magic of cycles," Alurin hooted softly as they walked through a grove of silver birches, their bark glowing in the moonlight. "The deep sleep of winter makes the exuberance of spring possible. The letting go of autumn allows for the rest that renews. The blockage in the stream is like a held breath. The forest cannot exhale." Emboldened by this new understanding, Rowan decided he would journey to the high stones. He would find the source of the trouble and help the forest breathe again. His path led him through landscapes of breathtaking beauty and gentle peril. He traversed meadows where moonflowers bloomed, their petals unfurling with a soft, sighing sound to release clouds of luminescent pollen. He passed through the Glimmer wood, where every branch and leaf was adorned with dewdrops that caught the starlight and fractured it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. The air here was filled with the gentle, crystalline chime of the drops falling onto broad, waxy leaves below, a natural lullaby that soothed his nervous heart. He encountered other nocturnal creatures, each with their own gentle wisdom. A family of hedgehogs shuffling through the leaf litter taught him that sometimes the most important things are found by looking down, not up. A bat, tracing intricate patterns in the air with its flight, spoke of seeing the world through sound and echo, of understanding spaces by what fills them and what is absent. The further he traveled, the more attuned he became to the forest's voice. He could feel the anxiety in the tremble of the aspen leaves and the encouragement in the sturdy, deep-rooted silence of the oaks. The very stones beneath his paws seemed to warm with a stored, sunlit memory, guiding his way. Finally, after a night of walking, he reached the foothills of the high stones. The air grew cooler, and the sound of the struggling stream was louder here, a choked gurgle instead of a free-flowing song. The great granite stones rose before him, towering and solemn, their surfaces alive with the pulsating, blue-green light of the ancient lichen. At the base of the tallest stone, Rowan found the problem. A landslide of earth and rock, triggered by the recent rains, had collapsed into the stream's path. A tangle of roots from a fallen pine tree compounded the blockage, creating a dam that held back the water. The pool behind it was stagnant and sad, and the life that depended on the flowing water was beginning to suffer. Rowan's heart sank. He was just one small fox. How could he move stones and earth? He sat by the stagnant pool, his tail drooping into the damp moss. He listened. He heard the frustrated gurgle of the trapped water. He heard the weary groan of the sodden earth. He heard the whisper of the wind as it wound through the stones, a lament for the blocked path. And then he remembered Alurin's words about the symphony. He wasn't meant to solve this alone. He was meant to understand the need and become a conduit for the forest's own power. He placed his paws on the largest rock in the blockage. He didn't push. Instead, he closed his eyes and poured his intention into the stone, not a command, but a request. He shared with it the memory of the stream's joyful song, the image of the thirsty ferns downstream, the feeling of the willow's sorrow. He spoke to it in the language of feeling, the language Alurin had taught him. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, grinding vibration traveled up from the earth, through his paws and into his very core. The lichen on the high stones flared with a sudden, brilliant light. The great stones themselves seemed to hum, a low, resonant note that shook the pebbles at his feet. One of the smaller stones in the blockage shifted. Then another. It was as if the earth itself was rearranging, heeding the request. The tangled roots, sensing the movement, began to loosen their grip. With a final grateful sigh, the pent-up water found a new channel. It wasn't a violent burst, but a gentle, persistent flow that began to trickle, then stream, then rush around the remaining obstacles, washing away the loose silt and carving a fresh path. The sound was magnificent. It was the sound of release, of relief, of life returning to its destined course. The water, now clear and bright, danced over the stones, its song restored to a cheerful, bubbling melody that echoed through the canyon. Rowan watched, breathless, as the magic of the forest worked through him. He had not used force, but friendship. He had not commanded, but communicated. He had reminded the elements of their own harmonious purpose. The journey back was a celebration. The forest seemed to greet him as an old friend. The trees rustled their leaves in applause. The stream, now flowing strong and clear beside his path, sang a song of gratitude. Fireflies emerged in sparkling clouds, lighting his way like a procession of tiny lanterns. When he finally returned to the Starlit clearing, Alurin was waiting for him on his mossy stone. The old owl did not need to ask what had happened. He could see it in Rowan's calm posture and hear it in the restored music of the night. "You see," Alurin said, his voice softer than the rustle of silk, "the greatest magic is not in moving mountains, but in understanding why they wish to be moved. You help the forest remember its own cycle of renewal." Rowan looked around the clearing. The willow tree stood tall and serene, her leaves shimmering with collected rainwater that dripped with a peaceful, plinking sound onto the moss below. The air was filled with the gentle ASMR of the forest at peace, the rhythmic patter of the last of the rain, the whisper of the wind through the pine needles, the harmonious babble of the stream, and the soft chirping of crickets weaving it all together. He had gone to sleep that night a restless young fox. He awoke at dawn curled in his den, as the first rays of sun painted the sky in hues of rose and gold. He was still a fox, but his restlessness had been replaced by a deep, quiet contentment. He had learned the language of his home, and in doing so, had found his own place in its eternal, cycling song. The forest would always hold challenges, but it would also always hold the wisdom to overcome them, woven into the moonlight, the stones, the streams, and the hearts of all its gentle creatures. And as he drifted back into dreams, the peaceful, resolving sounds of the waking woods wrapped around him like the warmest, softest of blankets, assuring him that all was and would always be well. Story 3. The fire crackled and whispered, its warm breath reaching out into the room, painting the walls with dancing shadows of gold and amber. The log settled with a soft sigh, sending a cascade of orange sparks spiraling up into the dark throat of the chimney. It is on nights like this, when the world outside is wrapped in a blanket of silence and stars, that the best stories stir from the embers. So draw your blanket a little closer, settle into the cushions, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a friendship that glowed with the gentle light of a banked fire. In a small house at the edge of a vast, slumbering forest, there lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with a heart that often felt too big for his small frame. He noticed things others missed, the way the morning dew clung to a spider's web like a necklace of diamonds, the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind blew from the east, and the way the twilight made the world seem soft and unsure. But for all his noticing, Leo often felt unseen. His voice was a soft thing, easily lost in the chatter of the world, and he carried with him a quiet, persistent loneliness, a feeling of being a single, unlit candle in a room full of light. His greatest comfort was his grandfather's old workshop, a small, dusty room that smelled of pine resin, oiled wood, and forgotten things. On a high shelf tucked behind a box of rusted hinges was a small, smooth stone his grandfather had given him. It was unremarkable in the daylight, a plain gray river stone. But in the deep darkness, if you held it just right, it held a secret. It pulsed with a soft, warm inner light, the color of embers in a hearth. Leo called it his heartstone. One evening, as a particularly blustery autumn wind moaned around the eaves of the house, Leo was in the workshop, the heartstone cupped in his palms. Its usual, gentle pulse was different tonight. It flickered with a strange urgency, its light flaring a little brighter, then dimming, as if it were trying to speak in a language of light. A faint, warm tingling traveled up his arms. Curious, he stood and walked to the window that looked out upon the dark wall of the forest. As he did, the stone's glow steadied, pointing like a silent compass towards the deepest, oldest part of the woods. A nervous flutter stirred in Leo's chest. He had never ventured into the woods at night. But the pull of the stone was undeniable, a warm, insistent tug at his very core. Wrapping a thick scarf around his neck and pulling a woolly hat over his ears, he slipped out into the cold night, the heartstone held before him like a lantern. The forest was a different world by night. The familiar path was a ribbon of shadow, and the sounds were magnified and strange. The crunch of his boots on fallen leaves was thunderously loud. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a distant, mournful song. But the heartstone cast a small, warm pool of light around him, pushing back the sharp edges of his fear. Its glow was not a bright, piercing beam, but a soft, buttery radiance that seemed to soothe the darkness rather than fight it. He walked for what felt like a long time, the stone guiding him off the main path and onto a narrow, almost invisible trail carpeted with moss. The air grew warmer, and the sharp scent of frost was replaced by the rich, damp smell of earth and growing things. Then he saw it. Between the gnarled roots of an ancient, enormous willow tree, whose branches swept the ground like a curtain, there was a soft, golden light seeping through. It was a light that matched the glow of his stone perfectly. Hesitantly, he pushed aside the curtain of weeping branches. The world he stepped into stole his breath away. He was in a hidden glen, a secret valley, nestled in the very heart of the forest. The air was as warm as a spring morning, and the grass under his feet was soft and emerald green. Giant luminous mushrooms grew in clusters, casting a soft, blue-white light, and fireflies, much larger and slower than any he'd ever seen, drifted through the air like living embers. In the center of the glen, a small, crystal-clear pond reflected the strange, beautiful sky above. This was a place the winter could not touch, a sanctuary held in a gentle, eternal embrace. And there, by the edge of the pond, was the source of the golden light. It was a creature, small and fox-like, with fur the color of cinnamon and ash. But from its chest, just over its heart, emanated a soft, pulsing glow, the very mirror of the light from Leo's stone. The creature was staring into the water, its ears drooping, and a soft, sad sound like the chime of a tiny, cracked bell escaped it. Leo's own heart ached in sympathy. He took a careful step forward, the moss silencing his footfall. The creature's head snapped up, its large, amber eyes wide with alarm. It shrank back, its light flickering nervously. "It's all right," Leo whispered, his voice barely a breath. He didn't know if it could understand him, but he poured all the gentleness he felt into the words. Slowly he knelt down and opened his hand, revealing the glowing heartstone. The creature's fear seemed to melt away, replaced by a dawning recognition. It took a tentative step closer, then another, its nose twitching. It looked from the stone in Leo's hand to the glow in its own chest, and then back to Leo's face. The sad chime was replaced by a questioning, hopeful warble. "I'm Leo," he said softly, "and this led me to you." The creature crept forward until it was close enough to touch. It nudged his hand with its warm, velvety nose, and then, to Leo's astonishment, it laid its head on his knee with a soft, tired sigh. In that moment, the warmth from the stone and the warmth from the creature seemed to flow together, and Leo felt the lonely space inside him fill with a quiet, profound sense of connection. He knew, without a single word being spoken in a language of words, that he had found a friend. He decided to call the creature Ember. For a long while they simply sat together in the peaceful silence of the glen, listening to the gentle plip of water droplets from the willow branches and the soft hum of the fireflies. Leo learned that Ember communicated not with words, but with feelings, conveyed through shifts in the light from its chest and soft, melodic sounds. A warm, steady glow meant contentment. A quick, bright pulse was excitement. The slow, dim flicker he had first seen was sorrow. And Ember was sorrowful. As they sat, images began to form in Leo's mind, painted there by Ember's light. He saw the glen as it used to be, even more vibrant and full of light. He saw other creatures, each with their own soft, inner glow, dancing and playing. He saw a great crystalline tree in the center of the glen, its branches hung with lights that chimed softly in the breeze, the heart tree, the source of the glen's magic and warmth. But then the images turned dark. He saw the lights on the tree growing dim, one by one, like candles being snuffed out. He saw the other glowing creatures becoming listless, their light fading, until they retreated into burrows and hollows, leaving the glen too quiet, too still. The heart tree was dying, and with it, the hidden world. Ember looked up at him, its amber eyes full of a desperate plea. It had been the last one trying to keep the memory of the light alive, but its own glow was weakening with the burden. Leo's quiet heart, which had so often felt like a weakness, now felt like a strength. He had been led here for a reason. He hadn't found this place by chance. The stone, his grandfather's stone, had called him here. This was his mystery to solve. "I'll help you," he whispered to Ember, his voice firm with a resolve he didn't know he possessed. "We'll find a way to help the tree." Ember's light swelled with a surge of hope, and it trilled a happy, chiming note. It scrambled to its feet, its tail held high, and beckoned for Leo to follow. They went to the center of the glen, where the great heart tree stood. Up close it was even more magnificent, but also more tragic. Its crystal bark was dull and clouded, and the few remaining lights on its branches were faint and silent. Leo reached out and touched the trunk. It should have been warm, but it was cool and lifeless. He sat down with his back against the tree, Ember curling up beside him. He held his heartstone in his lap, its steady pulse a comfort. What does it need? He wondered aloud. Sunlight, water, a special kind of music. Ember nuzzled the stone, then looked pointedly at Leo, and then at its own chest. It glowed brightly for a moment. Leo frowned, thinking. The stone, the light, his grandfather. His grandfather had always said the stone was special, that it was meant for someone who listens with more than his ears. Leo had never understood what that meant until now. He thought about the loneliness he had carried, the feeling of being disconnected. He thought about the profound sense of peace and connection he felt here in the glen with Ember. This place wasn't powered by sunlight or rain. It was powered by feeling, by heart. He looked at the fading heart tree and then at the warm, hopeful glow of his friend. He understood. The tree wasn't sick. It was lonely. The magic of this place was friendship, connection, the shared warmth of kindred spirits. It had faded because the creatures had retreated into their own sadness, their light going out one by one. This was not a problem to be solved with a grand gesture or a magical spell. It was to be healed with small, authentic moments, one heart at a time. We need to wake the others, Leo said to Ember. And so began their gentle campaign. Ember led him to a burrow under the roots of a giant mushroom, where a badger-like creature with a light of soft, mossy green was sleeping fitfully. Leo didn't try to shout or startle it awake. He simply sat nearby, and with Ember by his side, he focused on the feeling of friendship he felt for his new companion. He let that warm, generous feeling fill him up, and holding the heartstone, he imagined it flowing outwards, a gentle wave of reassurance. The stone in his hand glowed a little brighter. The mossy badger stirred, opened one bleary eye, and saw them. It saw the shared light between the boy and the fox creature, a light that was stronger and warmer for being shared. Slowly, hesitantly, its own dim light began to brighten. It uncurled itself and crept out to join them. Next, they found a family of squirrel-like creatures huddled in a high nest, their lights flickering with fear. Leo didn't climb up to them. He and Ember simply sat beneath their tree, and Leo began to hum a soft, wordless tune, a melody that felt like safety and coming home. Ember added its own gentle chime to the song. One by one, little heads peeked over the edge of the nest, their eyes wide. The shared music, the shared presence, was a language they all understood. One small squirrel, braver than the rest, scampered down the trunk and sat beside Ember, its own tiny light, the color of a buttercup, shining steadily. They visited a pond where sad, frog-like creatures sat on lily pads, their lights barely a glimmer. Leo skipped a stone across the water, creating ripples that caught the light of the mushrooms and fireflies. It was a small, simple, playful act. One of the frogs croaked a deep, resonant note, and its light, a cool aquamarine, pulsed in time with the ripples. Soon the others joined in, until the pond was alive with light and sound. With each creature they rallied, the glen grew brighter and warmer. The light was contagious. It wasn't just about their individual glows returning, it was about the light they created together. As the group grew, walking through the glen became a procession of shared warmth. The moss under their feet seemed to grow softer, the air sweeter. The fireflies swirled around them in joyous loops. Finally, they all stood before the heart tree, a quiet army of hope. The tree remained dim. Leo looked at the gathered creatures, at their trusting, glowing faces, and then at Ember, whose light was now as bright and steady as a guiding star. He knew what to do. He walked forward and placed his hand on the tree's cool trunk once more. But this time he didn't just touch it alone. He closed his eyes and opened his heart. He thought of the friendship he had found in Ember, a friendship that had warmed his own lonely heart. He thought of the bravery of the little squirrel, the resilience of the mossy badger, the joy of the frogs. He felt all their lights, not just with his eyes, but with his soul. He gathered all that feeling, the friendship, the courage, the joy, the shared warmth, and he poured it into the tree. He felt a tremor run through the trunk. A soft gasp rippled through the creatures. Leo opened his eyes. A single faint light on a low-hanging branch began to pulse. Then it grew brighter, and a soft, clear chime, like a droplet of pure sound, rang out. The chime was caught by another light, which flared to life, and then another and another. It swept through the tree like a gentle fire, branch by branch, until the entire heart tree was ablaze with 1,000 points of soft, golden light, each one chiming its own unique note, creating a symphony of breathtaking beauty. The crystal bark cleared, becoming transparent and shimmering from within. A wave of profound warmth and peace radiated from the tree, washing over the glen, over the creatures, and over Leo. He felt it sink into his bones, a deep, comforting warmth that told him everything was and would be all right. Ember rubbed against his leg, purring a deep, chiming purr of pure happiness. Its glow was brilliant now, and when Leo looked at his own heartstone, he saw that it was no longer just a stone that held light. It had become a part of the light itself, glowing with the same steady, eternal warmth as the heart tree. He had come into the woods a quiet, lonely boy, carrying a mysterious stone. He was leaving transformed, his heart full to bursting, his quiet nature no longer a cage, but a gift that had allowed him to listen, to connect, to heal. The journey had changed him as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away the loneliness and leaving behind a core of strength and connection that would glow within him forever. He spent a little while longer in the glen, sitting with his friends under the magnificent, singing tree. He knew he would have to return home soon, but he also knew this place was now a part of him, and he a part of it. The path would always be there for him. When he finally pushed back through the willow branches, the forest outside no longer felt dark or frightening. The night was peaceful, the stars were friendly, and the path home was clear. The heartstone in his pocket was quiet now, its light a soft, constant warmth against his leg, a permanent reminder of the friendship and the hidden world he carried with him. And so, as the fire in this room now settles into a bed of glowing coals, and your own eyes grow heavy, remember Leo's story. Remember that even the quietest heart can hold the most magnificent light, and that the truest magic is often found not in grand quests, but in the gentle warmth of an unexpected friendship. The world is full of hidden glens, if only we know how to look. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams. Let it comfort you. Let it remind you that you are never truly alone. The story is over now, the fire is soft, and the night is deep. Sleep well. Story 4. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like sugar crystals across an infinite dark tablecloth, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place built long ago by star wanderers, a delicate structure of spun-glass domes and whispering silver arches, nestled gently within the shimmering tendrils of the Lullaby Nebula. The nebula itself was a soft, swirling dream of amethyst and gold, humming a quiet, cosmic melody that only the most patient of hearts could hear. It was here, in this tranquil pocket of the universe, that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the world of Glimmer, a planet where the very rocks sang and the inhabitants communicated through shifting colors that danced across their skin. His name was Kalen, and he was a gentle creature of crystalline form, with a body that seemed carved from clear quartz and filled with swirling, liquid light. When he was happy, his insides glowed a warm, buttery yellow. when curious, they swirled with soft blues and greens. He had come to the Starlight Haven as a pilgrim, seeking the quiet songs of distant suns. The second was a traveler from the fungal forests of Mycelia, a world of colossal, glowing mushrooms and soft, fragrant earth. Her name was Lyra, and she was a being of delicate, spore-dusted flesh, with wide, luminous eyes the color of twilight and frilled ears that could hear the heartbeat of a nebula. Her people spoke not with sound or color, but with a complex language of scent, releasing subtle perfumes of joy, concern, or wonder from the pores on her fingertips. She had arrived at the haven seeking refuge from a cosmic storm, her small, pod-like ship drawn to the station's gentle, welcoming light. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Kaelin, upon seeing the strange, soft-bodied creature step cautiously from her ship, had flushed a brilliant, startled scarlet. Lyra, smelling the sharp, metallic scent of alarm, had immediately released a cloud of soothing, lavender-scented spores to calm him. This, unfortunately, made Kaelin's light flicker erratically, as he misinterpreted the fragrant cloud as a potential threat. For a full cycle of the station's soft, ambient lighting, they simply observed one another from a distance, a silent, colorful being and a fragrant, watchful one, separated by a chasm of biological difference. The breakthrough began not with a grand gesture, but with a shared need for warmth. The haven's central chamber, the heart room, was a circular space with a floor of polished obsidian that reflected the nebula outside. In its center grew a strange, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle, golden light, providing the station's only heat. One evening, as the simulated night cycle began, Kaelin was resting near the moss, his crystalline form soaking in the warmth, his inner light pulsing a contented, slow orange. Lyra entered, shivering slightly from the cooler air of the corridors. She hesitated at the doorway, her large eyes fixed on the warm moss. Kaelin noticed her discomfort. Slowly, carefully, he shifted his position, moving just enough to create a space beside him. He then focused all his will, and the light inside him softened from orange to a deep, inviting rose gold, a color his people used to signify a welcoming hearth. Lyra watched the color shift. She took a tentative step forward, then another, until she was standing at the edge of the warm spot. She looked at Kaelin, then at the space he had made, and slowly she sat down. For a long time they simply sat in silence, sharing the warmth. Lyra, feeling safe, released a faint, honeyed scent of gratitude into the air. Kaelin, smelling it, felt his light glow a little brighter. This shared warmth became their first word. From there, they began a patient, beautiful process of building a dictionary of the heart. Kaelin learned that the scent of rain-soaked earth meant Lyra was feeling peaceful, while the aroma of sharp citrus meant she was excited or curious. Lyra learned that a swirling, deep blue meant Kaelin was contemplative, and a quick, shimmering silver meant he had a new idea. Their greatest project became the garden under glass. The haven had a derelict greenhouse, its glass panels frosted and cracked. Together, they decided to restore it. Kaelin, with his strong, crystalline fingers, was able to carefully mend the fractures, fusing the glass with the gentle heat he could generate from his core. Lyra, from a small pouch she carried, brought out seeds from her homeworld, not seeds of plants, but tiny, dormant spores. She planted them in the rich soil they composted from station waste, and with water recycled from the atmosphere and the constant, gentle light of the nebula, something magical began to grow. Great luminous mushrooms sprouted, their caps glowing with soft blues and greens, casting a submarine light throughout the room. Vines with leaves like silver lace crept up the walls, and strange, bell-shaped flowers chimed softly when the air circulation hummed. It was a fusion of their two worlds, structure and softness, light and life. This garden became their sanctuary, their shared shelter. It was where they went to simply be together. Of course, misunderstandings still occurred, and these often became their fondest memories, lessons wrapped in laughter. One day Kalen, wanting to show his affection, spent hours gathering the finest, most reflective pieces of station debris to build a sculpture for Lyra. He presented it to her with his inner light blazing a proud, vibrant gold. Lyra, whose culture expressed affection through shared, quiet labor, misinterpreted the gift. She smelled the proud gold and saw the towering, jagged sculpture, and her heart sank. She released a scent of mild distress, like wilted petals, thinking he was declaring a territorial claim or a display of dominance. Kalen saw her reaction, and his light dimmed to a confused, murky gray. For a moment they were at an impasse. Then Lyra gestured to a patch of overgrown moss in the corner of their garden. She began to gently weed it, her movements slow and deliberate. She looked at Kalen, then back at the moss, releasing a scent of patient invitation. Understanding dawned on Kalen. He sat beside her, and together, in silence, they tended to the moss. As they worked side by side, her scent shifted to one of deep contentment, and his light returned to a steady, warm amber. They had learned that for him, giving was an act of love, and for her, doing together was the same. Their deepest connection, however, was forged in the quiet moments, high in the main observatory dome. They would often go there as the station drifted through the most densely starry regions of the nebula. Kalen would sit, his crystalline body reflecting 1,000 pinpricks of light, and he would speak of what he saw, not with colors of emotion, but with colors of description. He would glow with a specific shimmering white for the young, hot stars, and a deep, steady crimson for the ancient, cooling giants. He would trace the patterns of constellations with a faint, glowing fingertip. Lyra would listen, her frilled ears attuned to the subsonic hum of the starlight, and she would respond with scent. For the vast, empty spaces between galaxies, she released a scent of cool, clear water. For the bustling energy of a star cluster, she offered the aroma of spiced, bubbling broth. They were not just naming things, they were sharing how the universe felt to them. In those moments, they were no longer a Glimmerin and a mycelian. They were simply two friends, small and humble, sharing the immense, beautiful wonder of it all. One cycle, a fragment of an old comet, drawn in by the nebula's gravity, collided with a minor outer module of the haven. The impact was not catastrophic, but it severed the main power conduit to the garden under glass. The gentle hum of the life support systems fell silent. The glowing mushrooms began to dim, their light fading. The silver lace vines started to droop. Lyra stood in the suddenly cold, dark garden, a scent of profound sorrow like cold ashes filling the air. This garden was their heart, their shared creation. Seeing it fail felt like a physical pain. Kalen came to her side. He looked at her, at the dying plants, and then at his own hands. He had a thought, a desperate, hopeful idea. He walked to the center of the garden and knelt. Placing his hands on the soil, he closed his eyes and concentrated. He began to draw upon his own inner light, the very energy that gave him life. It was a deeply personal, vulnerable act. Slowly, a soft, golden radiance began to emanate from his body, pulsing out through his hands and into the earth. It was not the harsh light of a star, but the warm, nurturing light of a hearth. The glow spread through the soil, touching the roots of the mushrooms and the vines. The mushrooms, feeling the new energy, responded. Their caps, which had faded to a dull gray, began to glow once more, not with their own blue and green, but with the same warm, golden light Kalen was giving them. The light traveled up the vines, causing the silver leaves to shimmer as if kissed by dawn. The entire garden was illuminated by Kalen's selfless gift. He was sharing his own light to keep their shared dream alive. Lyra watched, her sorrow scent replaced by one of overwhelming awe and love, a fragrance like sun-warmed stone after a rain, and the sweetest nectar of her homeworld's night-blooming flowers. She did not try to stop him, for she understood the profundity of his offering. Instead, she went to him and sat beside him, placing her hand gently on his shoulder. She did not release any scent, nor did he shift his color. They simply were connected in a silence that was deeper than any language, a quiet testament to the universal language of kindness. The power was eventually restored, and Kaelin, though weary, was unharmed. But the garden was forever changed. From that day on, the mushrooms and vines held a permanent, gentle golden glow within them, a living memory of the day one friend gave his light to save their shared world. The Starlight Haven continued its gentle drift through the Lullaby Nebula, a tiny, glowing sanctuary of friendship. And within it, two beings from different stars proved that no gap is too wide to be bridged. You don't always need the same words, the same colors, or the same scents. You only need the same intention to understand, to share the warmth, and to listen with the heart to the quiet, endless music of the stars. And in that listening, you find that you were never truly alone, for the cosmos itself is woven from the same thread of gentle, patient, and enduring kindness. Story 5. The fire crackles softly before us, my dear listener, a living tapestry of orange and gold that dances and sways. Each pop of a burning log is a tiny punctuation in the quiet of the evening, and the warmth it casts is a gentle blanket, soothing away the chill of the world outside. So settle in, pull your own blanket a little closer, and let the flickering light carry you away to a story that begins, as the best stories often do, with a quiet heart and a curious mind. In a small, stone-built cottage on the edge of a great, whispering forest lived a young boy named Kaelin. His world was one of comfortable routines, the smell of baking bread, the sound of the wind in the chimneys, and the sight of his grandfather whittling by this very same kind of fire. But Kaelin's heart was often a storm of worries. He was afraid of the deep, velvet dark of the night, of the strange sounds that echoed from the forest, and most of all, he was afraid of being lost. He kept to the well-trodden paths, his world a small, safe circle of light, while the vast, unexplored darkness stretched out all around him. His grandfather, a man with kind eyes and hands that knew the shape of every piece of wood they touched, watched the boy's unease. One evening, as the last light of day bled from the sky, he placed a small, carefully wrapped object into Kaelin's hands. "This is for you," he said, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "It belonged to my own grandfather, and his before him." Kaelin carefully unwrapped the soft leather. Inside was a lantern, but unlike any he had ever seen. It was forged of what looked like ancient, blackened iron, intricately wrought with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping creatures. Its glass was not clear, but had a soft, smoky hue. And nestled within, instead of a candle wick, was a single smooth river stone that seemed to pulse with a deep, inner warmth. "It's called an embargo lantern," his grandfather explained. "It does not burn with a common flame. It burns with a memory of light. Take it into the forest tonight. Follow where it leads you." Kaelin's heart thumped nervously against his ribs. Into the forest at night. His grandfather simply nodded, his gaze steady and sure. "Trust the light, Kaelin, and trust yourself." Hesitantly, Kaelin lifted the lantern. As his fingers closed around the cool iron handle, the river stone inside began to glow. It was not a bright, harsh light, but the soft, deep orange of banked embers in a hearth. It cast a gentle, warm pool around his feet, pushing back the shadows just enough to make the first step possible. And so, with a deep breath that tasted of wood smoke and courage, Kaelin stepped beyond his cottage door and into the embrace of the night. The forest was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. Leaves rustled with secrets, twigs snapped under his feet like tiny warnings, and the wind sang a low, mournful song through the pine needles. At first, Kaelin walked with his shoulders hunched, his ears straining, every shadow a potential monster. But the embargo lantern pulsed steadily in his hand, its warm light a constant, reassuring companion. He noticed that the light seemed to breathe. It would swell slightly when he faced a certain direction, and fade when he turned another way. It was leading him. He followed its gentle guidance, moving away from the known path and into the true heart of the woods. The further he walked, the more his initial fear began to melt away, replaced by a dawning sense of wonder. The emberglow's light did not scare away the night, it revealed its hidden beauty. It painted the dewdrops on spiderwebs with flecks of gold, turned the moss on the trees into velvet carpets of emerald, and made the eyes of a watching owl gleam like polished amber. The darkness was not empty, it was full of a quiet, sleeping life. After a time, the lantern's glow began to concentrate, focusing its beam on the massive, gnarled trunk of an ancient oak tree. It was a grandfather of the forest, its bark deeply furrowed with the passage of centuries. Kalen would have walked right past it, but the emberglow insisted. As he drew closer, he saw what his ordinary eyes had missed, a narrow opening between two great roots, almost completely hidden by a curtain of ivy. The light from his lantern poured into this opening, illuminating a passage that sloped gently downwards into the earth. His heart beat a little faster. This was the true unknown. But the memory of light in the lantern burned steady and true, and it felt like an invitation. Taking another steadying breath, Kalen bent down and stepped inside. The passage opened up almost immediately into a cavern so vast and beautiful that it stole the air from his lungs. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden world nestled deep within the heart of the forest. The ceiling was a living tapestry of roots, from which hung thousands of tiny, phosphorescent fungi that glowed with soft blues, greens, and silvers, mimicking a starry sky. A gentle, warm breeze carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. A stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water shimmering with its own inner light, and on its banks grew flowers with petals like frosted glass that chimed softly when the breeze touched them. Kalen stood in awe, his fear completely forgotten. He had never imagined such a place could exist. He wandered slowly, the emberglow's warm orange light a friendly contrast to the cool, celestial glow of the fungi stars above. It was then that he heard a small, snuffling sound, followed by a whimper of distress. He followed the sound to the base of a giant, luminous mushroom. There, caught in a tangle of thorny vines that seemed out of place in this peaceful haven, was a small fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a moonlit cloud, and its tail was tipped with a tuft of fur that glowed with the same soft silver as the cavern's ceiling. Its intelligent, dark eyes were wide with fear and pain as it struggled against the sharp thorns. "SHHH, it's all right," Kalen said softly, his voice barely a whisper in the vast cavern. He knelt down, setting the emberglow lantern carefully beside him. "I'll help you." The fox stilled, watching him with a cautious curiosity. The thorns were sharp and the vines were tough. Kalen worked with painstaking care, his small fingers gently untwisting the stubborn tendrils, trying not to cause the frightened creature any more pain. It was slow, patient work. He spoke to the fox in a low, soothing murmur, telling it about his grandfather, his cottage, and his fear of the dark. It was a confession whispered to a stranger, and it lightened his own heart to say the words aloud. Finally, with one last gentle tug, the vine came loose. The fox scrambled free, shaking its silvery coat. It turned to Kalen, and instead of running away, it took a step closer. It dipped its head in what looked unmistakably like a bow of thanks, then gently nudged the emberglow lantern with its nose. The stone inside flared brightly for a moment, and Kalen felt a surge of warmth flow up his arm. He had made a friend. He decided to call her Lumi. From that moment, Lumi became his guide through the Glimmerwood. She trotted ahead of him, her silver-tipped tail acting like a bouncing will-o'-the-wisp, leading him along the banks of the glowing stream and through meadows of chiming flowers. She showed him hidden things, pools where fish with scales of abalone swam, and clearings where the air itself seemed to hum with a peaceful energy. But as they journeyed deeper, Kalen began to notice that something was amiss in the hidden world. Patches of the glowing fungi on the ceiling were dark and withered. The light in the stream seemed dimmer in places, and the chimes of the glass flowers sounded sad and out of tune. A gentle mystery was unfolding around them, subtle as a shift in the wind. Lumi led him to the very center of the Glimmer wood, where the largest tree he had ever seen stood sentinel. Its trunk was wide enough to contain a small room, and its branches, which reached up to touch the cavern's ceiling, were woven not from wood, but from solidified, crystalline light. This was the Heartwood tree, the source of all the Glimmerwood's magic and illumination. But now its light was flickering unsteadily. Deep within its core, a great, radiant gem that should have been burning brightly was clouded and dim, its light guttering like a candle in its final moments. An ancient badger, her fur silvered with age and her eyes holding the wisdom of countless seasons, sat at the base of the tree. She introduced herself as Alara, the keeper of the Heartwood. "The light is fading," she said, her voice the soft rustle of dry leaves. "The memory of Starlight that fuels our world is growing old and tired. It needs to be rekindled, or the Glimmerwood will fade into eternal sleep." "How can it be rekindled?" Kalen asked, his hand tightening around the handle of his own lantern. Alara nodded towards the emberglow. "With a new memory, a pure, strong memory of light carried by a brave heart, the lantern you carry is a vessel for such things. But the journey to the Whispering Peak, where the newest starlight falls, is long. The path is not on any map, and the way is dark." Kalen looked from the fading Heartwood to Lumi's trusting eyes, and then down to the emberglow lantern, which glowed steadily in his hand. He thought of his grandfather's faith in him. He thought of his own fear, and how it had already lessened with every step he had taken. He was no longer the boy who was afraid of the dark. He was a boy who carried his own light. "I'll go," he said, and his voice did not waver. And so, with Lumi by his side, Kalen embarked on the second part of his journey. They left the comforting glow of the Glimmerwood and ventured into a series of tunnels that were darker than any night he had ever known. It was a darkness that felt heavy and absolute, a place where light went to be forgotten. The only thing that held it at bay was the warm, ember-like glow of his lantern. The path was difficult. They had to navigate across a narrow stone bridge over a bottomless chasm, the only sound the dizzying echo of falling pebbles. They had to find their way through a labyrinth of echoing caves, where their own whispers came back to them twisted and strange. Through it all, Kalen's courage was tested. There were moments he wanted to turn back, moments where the old fears crept in, whispering that he was lost, that he was not brave enough. But then he would feel the solid, warm presence of Lumi leaning against his leg, or he would look at the lantern and remember his grandfather's words. "Trust the light. Trust yourself." He learned to be still and listen to the gentle pulse of the emberglow, to let it guide his steps not just physically, but in his heart as well. He was being transformed as surely as fire transforms wood. His fears were being burned away, leaving behind the stronger, truer core of who he was. A boy who was kind, determined, and capable of great courage. Finally, after what felt like an age, they saw a pinprick of light ahead. It grew until they emerged onto a high, open peak under a vast canopy of stars. This was the Whispering Peak, for the wind here spoke in a soft, sighing language all its own. And there, in the center of the stone platform, lay a single, shimmering shard of a fallen star. It wasn't blazingly bright, it was a cool, collected silver, humming with a potent, sleeping light. "This is it," Kalen whispered. He approached the starlight shard, and holding the emberglow lantern with both hands, he gently touched the iron base to the shimmering fragment. He thought of every good and warm memory he possessed. The crackle of the fireplace, the sound of his grandfather's laughter, the feeling of Lumi's trust, the awe of seeing the Glimmerwood for the first time. He poured all of that warmth, that friendship, that courage into the lantern. The river stone inside flared, not with orange, but with a brilliant, pure white light. It drank in the starlight, fusing it with Kalen's own memories, creating a new, powerful memory of light. The Emberglow lantern became almost weightless in his hands, thrumming with captured radiance. The journey back felt shorter, the darkness less intimidating. He carried a piece of the sky in his lantern now, and his heart was light. When they arrived back at the heartwood tree, the entire Glimmerwood seemed to be holding its breath. The fungi stars were dim, the stream was a dull gray, and the glass flowers were silent. Kalen walked up to the great tree and, without hesitation, placed the Emberglow lantern against the clouded gem at its core. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a thread of brilliant white light leaped from the lantern into the gem. The cloud within the gem swirled and then shattered, and a wave of pure, radiant light exploded outwards. It washed over the entire cavern in a silent, glorious wave. The fungi on the ceiling blazed back to life, brighter than before, their colors more vibrant. The stream began to sparkle and dance, and the glass flowers rang out in a joyful, harmonious chorus. The heartwood tree itself shone with a steady, eternal light, its crystalline branches glowing like a captured sunrise. The Glimmerwood was saved. Alara the badger bowed her head deeply to Kalen. "You have brought us a new dawn," she said, her old eyes gleaming. "The forest will remember your heart, Kalen." It was time to go home. Lumi walked with him back to the hidden entrance, her silvery fur gleaming in the renewed light. At the root-lined passage, she nuzzled his hand one last time, a promise of a friendship that would span both their worlds. Then she turned and trotted back into the glowing heart of her home. Kalen emerged from the forest as the first true light of dawn was painting the horizon in shades of rose and gold. He walked back to his cottage, not with the hesitant steps of a fearful boy, but with the steady stride of someone who knows the way, even in the dark. He found his grandfather waiting by the fireplace, which had burned down to its own warm embers. He didn't need to say a word. His grandfather looked at him, at the calm certainty in his eyes, and simply smiled a deep, knowing smile. Kalen placed the Emberglow lantern on the hearth. The river stone inside no longer pulsed with the memory of Starlight, but it held a soft, golden glow, the memory of his own journey, his own courage, his own transformed heart. And so, my dear listener, the fire before us now is burning a little lower, its dance slowing to a gentle, rhythmic flicker. The story is done. The hidden world is safe, the friendship is sealed, and the boy who was afraid of the dark learned that he carried a brave and steady light within him all along. Let the warmth of that thought and the soft glow of this fire wrap around you like a comfortable quilt. Let your breathing slow to match the peaceful rhythm of the settling embers. The night is not something to be feared, but a gentle blanket under which wonder sleeps. So close your eyes now, and may your dreams be as warm and full of quiet magic as the Glimmerwood itself. Sleep well. Story 6. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanted afternoon light. It was there, on a day when the rain pattered softly against the roof like 1,000 tiny fingertips, that a young girl found the compass. It wasn't a grand compass, not the kind you might see in a sea captain's hand on the cover of a book. It was small, fashioned from what seemed to be warm, honey-colored brass, and it fit perfectly in her palm. She discovered it tucked inside a velvet-lined sewing box that had belonged to her great-grandmother, nestled between a silver thimble and a bundle of faded silk threads. TCK, TCK, TCK it went, a sound softer than a heartbeat, its needle spinning in a slow, lazy circle rather than pointing north. She blew the dust from its face, and the delicate, silvery needle shivered and then settled, not on a direction, but on a single, elegantly scrolled word inscribed around its rim: remember. That evening, as the fire in the hearth crackled and sighed, casting long, wavering shadows across the room, she showed it to her grandfather. He was a man who moved with the slow, deliberate pace of a river, and his smile was a cozy, familiar thing, like a favorite quilt. "Ah," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "The remembering compass. I wondered where it had got to." He didn't seem surprised, only pleased, as if greeting an old friend. "What does it remember?" the girl asked, curling up on the rug beside his armchair, the purring of the family cat, a vast, fluffy ginger named Marmalade, vibrating through the floorboards. "It doesn't remember places," her grandfather explained, taking the compass gently. "It remembers feelings, moments, the important ones that get tucked away in the corners of your heart. The needle doesn't point you to a place on a map, my dear. It points you toward a piece of yourself you've forgotten you needed." He handed it back, and as her fingers closed around the warm brass, the needle gave another soft TCK and began to spin once more. It didn't stop until it was pointing directly at the old oak bookcase in the corner of the room. Her journey began not with a step out the door, but with a step across the rug. The compass was not leading her across mountains or oceans, but through the landscape of her own home and heart. Its quiet, insistent TCK, TCK, TCK was the only sound, a metronome for her courage. The first helper she met was in the shadows behind the bookcase. A small, rather portly mouse named Barnaby, with whiskers that twitched with constant curiosity. He was dusting a tiny collection of bottle caps with the end of his tail. "Hello," he squeaked, not at all startled. "The compass wielder, I see. It's been an age. Looking for something, are we?" "The compass led me here," the girl whispered, not wanting to disturb the quiet of the room. "Ah, yes, it does that," Barnaby said, polishing a particularly shiny cap. "It points to a keeper of a memory. My particular piece of the puzzle is patience. I keep it safe right here." He tapped a tiny, hidden drawer in the baseboard with his foot. "It's what you need to find what you're truly looking for. Rushing about never helped anyone find anything of value." The girl nodded, feeling the truth of his words settle inside her. She had been expecting a grand, swift adventure, but the compass and its gentle TCK, TCK, TCK asked for something different. The needle spun again as she held it, and this time it led her to the kitchen window, where the night was now a deep, velvety blue, dotted with stars like scattered salt. On the windowsill, nestled among pots of basil and thyme, sat Seraphina, a porcelain dove who usually served as a salt cellar. In the moonlight, she seemed to glow. "Hello, little seeker," Seraphina's voice was like the chime of a distant bell, clear and soft. "The wind whispers that you carry the compass of the heart." "It pointed to you," the girl said. "To the memory I guard," Seraphina corrected gently. "I am the keeper of kindness. A forgotten kindness, to be precise. The one you showed to the fledgling sparrow with the tangled wing last spring. You held it so carefully, your small hands a safe harbor, until it could fly again. You remember the feeling." The girl did remember. The frantic beat of the tiny heart against her palms, the careful untangling of the thread from a lamppost banner, the triumphant moment it soared away. She had forgotten the act, but the compass had remembered the feeling for her. "The compass is reminding you," Seraphina chimed, "that you already know how to be brave. True courage is often just kindness in heavy boots." Emboldened, the girl followed the compass, next into the cozy clutter of the garden shed. The air smelled of old wood, damp earth, and the sweet, dry scent of forgotten flowers. Here, in a pool of moonlight falling through a cobwebbed window, sat Thistlewick, a garden gnome who had long ago retired from guarding flower beds. His paint was faded, and a friendly spider had spun a delicate web between his hat and his shoulder. "Took your time," Thistlewick grumbled, but his eyes, painted a cheerful blue, twinkled. His voice was the sound of gravel being gently shifted in a sieve. The compass always brings them here eventually. I'm the last keeper on this little journey of yours. What do you keep? The girl asked, her voice barely a whisper in the quiet shed. Outside, an owl hooted, a low, questioning sound. Cleverness, Thistlewick said, tapping the side of his nose. But not the book-smart kind, the cleverness of seeing the whole picture, of knowing that sometimes the strongest thread is the one you can't see. He gestured with his chipped ceramic hand to the spiderweb glistening beside him. You've gathered patience from Barnaby, you've gathered kindness from Seraphina. Now you have the cleverness to weave them together. That is the challenge the compass has set for you. The girl sat back on her heels, the compass warm in her hand. TCK, TCK, TCK. It wasn't pointing anywhere now. It was still. The journey was over. But what had it all been for? She walked back into the house, the 3 quiet lessons held carefully in her mind: patience, kindness, and cleverness. The fire had burned low, and her grandfather was dozing in his chair, marmalade a heavy, purring weight on his lap. But there was a slight frown on her grandfather's sleeping face, a worry line she hadn't noticed before. And then she understood. The compass hadn't been leading her on a journey for herself. It had been leading her on a journey for him. He had been quiet lately, a little distant, as if remembering things that made him sad. The compass had remembered what she had forgotten, that her grandfather was carrying a heavy feeling, a forgotten piece of his own heart, and she had the tools to help him find it again. With patience, she didn't rush to wake him. She simply stoked the fire quietly, adding another log, watching the sparks fly up the chimney like tiny, ascending stars. With kindness, she poured a fresh cup of tea from the pot, keeping warm on the hearth, and placed it on the small table beside him. With cleverness, she knew the right thing to do next. She didn't ask him what was wrong. Instead, she picked up the old, worn photo album from the bottom shelf of the bookcase, the one the compass had first pointed her toward. She sat at his feet and began to slowly turn the pages. There was her grandfather as a young man, laughing. There was her grandmother, her smile bright and beautiful. There were pictures of holidays, of birthdays, of ordinary, perfect days. The soft rustle of the turning pages was the only sound. Then her grandfather stirred. He opened his eyes, saw the album in her lap, and the worry line on his forehead smoothed away. He didn't say a word. He simply reached out and placed his hand on her head, his touch as warm and comforting as the compass had been. He pointed to a photograph of him and his wife planting a rose bush in the garden. She loved the yellow ones best, he said, his voice thick with memory but no longer sad. She said they were like captured sunshine. They sat there for a long time, the girl and her grandfather, with marmalade purring and the fire crackling, turning the pages and remembering. The forgotten feeling wasn't sadness or loss. It was the simple, profound joy of a love that had been, a joy that had been waiting patiently in the corners of the heart to be found again. The compass, resting on the rug between them, was silent and still. Its work was done. It had measured a journey not in miles, but in the courage to be patient, to be kind, and to be clever enough to mend a heart with memory. The ordinary object had revealed its extraordinary secret, that the greatest adventures are the ones that lead us back to each other, and that the most powerful magic of all is the gentle, remembering kind, heard in the soft TCK, TCK, TCK of a compass that knows the true direction of home. Story 7. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, where the rivers sang soft lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a young person named Rowan. Rowan's world was one of quiet shades and gentle sounds, but inside their chest there often hummed a restless, nameless music. They felt at times like a puzzle whose pieces were from different boxes, and they spent their days wandering the meandering paths of the valley, hoping to find where they might fit. Rowan's home was a cottage with a mossy roof and windows that winked in the sunlight, tucked beside a wood that was old and wise. It was a good home, filled with the scent of baking bread and dried lavender, yet Rowan often felt a quiet dissonance there, a sense of being a seed that had not yet decided what it wanted to become. One afternoon, while sitting by the brook that ribboned through their garden, Rowan noticed something peculiar. A patch of earth that had been bare the day before was now dotted with tiny, silver-green shoots. They were not any plant Rowan could name. Curious, they knelt and touched one. It was cool and velvety, and as their fingers brushed it, a single bell-shaped bud formed and opened, releasing a scent like rain on warm soil and a faint, shimmering chime. Rowan felt a corresponding chime in their own heart, a soft note of surprise and wonder. The next morning, a change had come over Rowan. It was subtle, something only they could truly feel. When they looked in the polished surface of the water basin, their reflections seemed different. Not older or younger, but clearer, as if a thin veil had been lifted from the world. And when they walked into the garden, they saw that the silver-green shoots had grown taller, and now bore leaves that shifted color in the light, from deep emerald to soft violet. That evening, as the sky turned the color of a bruised peach, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. She was not there one moment, and then she was, as if she had stepped out from behind the twilight itself. She carried a basket woven from willow switches, and her eyes held the calm depth of the forest pools. "Good evening, Rowan," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Your garden is singing a new song tonight." Rowan, who was not accustomed to strangers, felt no alarm, only a deep and settling calm. "It's changing," they said simply. "As all living things must," the woman replied. She introduced herself as Alara, a keeper of seeds and stories. She did not ask to come in, but Rowan found themselves inviting her to sit on the old wooden bench beneath the lilac bush. Alara placed her basket on the ground. "Change is the one true constant, little one, but it is not always a storm. Sometimes it is the patient work of a seed in the dark earth, or a caterpillar in its silent cocoon. It is a becoming." Rowan looked at their hands. "I feel like I am in a cocoon sometimes. I don't know what's inside." Alara smiled, a network of gentle lines fanning from her eyes. "Then you are exactly where you should be. The cocoon is not a prison. It is a sanctuary where the most important work is done. It is where you gather the pieces of yourself and decide what to build." She reached into her basket and pulled out a small, plain pouch made of undyed linen. "This is for you, a seed of understanding. Do not plant it, just keep it with you. When you feel a moment of true clarity, of peace with a part of yourself you've struggled with, place it on your windowsill overnight." Rowan took the pouch. It was warm and hummed with a faint, pleasant vibration. "What will happen?" "You will see," Alara said mysteriously. "The garden will show you." And with that she stood, nodded a gentle farewell, and walked back into the gathering dusk, seeming to melt into the shadows between the trees. That night Rowan placed the linen pouch on their nightstand. They lay in bed, listening to the crickets and the soft sigh of the wind, and thought about cocoons and seeds. For the first time, the feeling of being in between did not feel like being lost, but like being in preparation. It felt sacred. The following days became a gentle rhythm of small discoveries. Rowan began to pay closer attention to the stirrings within. One day they realized they had always loved the deep, resonant hum of the cello, but had been too shy to admit it. That afternoon they found an old, forgotten music shop in the village and simply stood inside, bathing in the rich, woody scent and the potential of all the silent instruments. When they returned home, feeling brave and a little more whole, a new plant had sprouted in the silver-green patch. It had thick, velvety leaves and produced a low, cello-like hum when the breeze passed through it. That evening, Rowan took the linen pouch and placed it on the windowsill. In the morning, the pouch was slightly warmer, and one of the silver-green shoots had unfurled a flower that looked like a tiny, perfect star. Another time, Rowan was drawing by the brook, sketching the way the light dappled the water. They had always enjoyed drawing but had been critical of their efforts, comparing them to the work of others. On this day they simply drew for the joy of it, losing themselves in the flow of line and shadow. They drew the way the willow leaves trailed in the water, the plump shape of a frog on a lily pad, the intricate pattern of a dragonfly's wing. They did not judge the result, they simply enjoyed the act of creation. When they looked up, the colors in their garden seemed deeper, more saturated. The greens were more profound, the violets more luminous. A vine had crept up the cottage wall, bearing flowers whose petals were the exact shade of the twilight sky Rowan had just been trying to capture. That night, the linen pouch went back on the windowsill. The next morning, a delicate crystalline dew covered the new vine, catching the sunrise and throwing tiny rainbows against the whitewashed wall. Alara would appear from time to time, always when Rowan was grappling with a quiet fear or a newfound insight. She never gave direct answers, only gentle guidance, like a gardener tending a fragile shoot. "The world wants to reflect your truth back to you, Rowan," she said one day, watching as Rowan marveled at a bush whose leaves now shimmered with a soft inner light. "Your garden is a mirror of your heart. As you learn to accept all the parts of yourself, the quiet and the bold, the certain and the questioning, it will learn to bloom in ways you cannot yet imagine." One evening, a deep sadness came over Rowan. It was an old feeling, a hollow ache they had carried for a long time, born from a sense of not being enough, of being fundamentally different in a way that felt isolating. They sat on the bench as the stars pricked the velvet sky, and for the first time they let the feeling wash over them without fighting it. They cried quiet, releasing tears, acknowledging the ache instead of hiding from it. It was a small, quiet victory, but it felt immense. The next morning the garden was transformed. Overnight, the entire silver-green patch had erupted into a breathtaking display of flowers. They were not all the same. Some were bold and sun-faced, others were shy and bell-shaped, hiding amongst the leaves. Their colors were a symphony, deep blues of midnight, soft pinks of dawn, vibrant golds of noon, and silvery whites of starlight. In the very center was a single, magnificent blossom, its petals a shifting kaleidoscope that seemed to hold every color at once. It was a testament to wholeness, to the beauty of a self that contained multitudes. Rowan understood. The garden was not just showing them their joys, but their sorrows, their strengths, and their vulnerabilities. All of it was valid. All of it was beautiful. All of it was part of the whole. That night they placed the linen pouch on the windowsill for what felt like the final time. They slept a deep, dreamless sleep, wrapped in a profound sense of peace. When they awoke, the pouch was gone. In its place on the windowsill was a single, perfect seed. It was the size of a hazelnut and seemed to be made of light and shadow, swirling together in a silent dance. Rowan knew instinctively what it was. It was the seed of their own becoming, solidified from all the small victories and moments of understanding. They took the seed outside to the center of the garden, to the spot beneath the kaleidoscope flower. With their bare hands they dug a small hole in the rich, dark earth. They paused for a moment, holding the seed in their palm, feeling its gentle, living warmth. Then they placed it in the earth and covered it tenderly. They did not wait for it to sprout. They knew that some transformations cannot be rushed. They simply sat there, feeling the sun on their skin and the solid, supportive earth beneath them. They felt for the first time completely and utterly themselves. The restless music in their chest had settled into a soft, steady, contented hum, in tune with the humming plants and the singing brook. As the sun rose higher, painting the world in gold, Alara stepped out from the shade of the woods. She did not approach, simply stood at the edge of the garden, her smile as warm as the morning. She nodded once, a look of deep pride and fulfillment in her ancient eyes, and then she turned and walked away, her form blending into the sun-dappled trees. Rowan was not sad to see her go. The mentor had given them the greatest gift, the tools to become their own guide. The finale of this chapter was not an ending, but a true beginning. The seed was planted. The cocoon had served its purpose. The gentle metamorphosis was complete, but the journey of growth, of discovery, of becoming ever more themselves, was just unfolding. And in the quiet heart of the valley, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with the colors of their soul, Rowan took a deep, slow breath in and out, matching the rhythm of the peaceful world around them, ready for whatever would bloom next. Story 8. In the heart of the world, where time moved to the rhythm of seasons rather than clocks, there lay the ancient forest of whispering boughs. This was no ordinary woodland, but a realm where moonlight wove silver threads through the canopy and magic flowed, like a quiet stream, through every root and leaf. On nights when the moon hung full and heavy, the forest seemed to breathe with a life all its own, and those who listened carefully could hear the secret conversations of trees, streams, and stones. Our story begins with a small, velvet-pawed creature named Rowan, a young hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops and whose heart beat in time with the forest's gentle magic. Rowan had noticed something troubling. The luminous mushrooms that typically glowed along the forest paths were dimming, and the nighttime chorus of crickets and peepers had grown quieter than usual. The forest seemed to be holding its breath, and Rowan couldn't understand why. One evening, as the first stars pricked through the violet twilight, Rowan decided to seek counsel with the eldest wisdom keeper of the forest, a great horned owl named Alaric who lived in the hollow of the moonbeam oak. The journey would take Rowan through unfamiliar territories, but the hedgehog's determination outweighed any fear. Rowan set out as fireflies began their nightly dance, their golden lights blinking like floating stars among the ferns. The path was soft with centuries of fallen leaves, and the air carried the crisp scent of approaching autumn. Each step produced a gentle crunch-crunch that blended with the distant babble of Crystal Brook, whose waters were said to sing ancient lullabies to the stones lining its banks. As Rowan traveled deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the heart could fully understand. The wind carries change, rustled the aspens. The stones remember, murmured the moss-covered boulders. Rowan paused to place a paw upon one such stone, feeling its cool, steady hum, a vibration that spoke of ages past and seasons yet to come. Further along the path, Rowan came upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. Here grew the starflowers, blossoms that absorbed starlight by night and released it as soft radiance by day. Tonight their glow was faint, their usual brilliance muted. Rowan's worry deepened. It was in this clearing that Rowan first heard the gentle hoot, a sound that seemed to resonate not through the air, but through the very soul. Turning, the hedgehog saw Alaric perched on a low branch, his feathers the color of twilight shadows, his eyes holding the depth of countless seasons. "Little traveler," Alaric spoke, his voice like the rustle of pages in an ancient book, "you seek answers about the quieting magic." Rowan nodded, amazed that the owl already knew. "The forest grows still, Elder Alaric. The lights dim, the songs fade. Is something wrong?" Alaric blinked slowly, moonlight catching the gold in his eyes. "Come, walk with me to the Heartstone Glade. There the forest speaks most clearly." Their journey continued, with Alaric flying silently from tree to tree as Rowan scurried below. They passed through groves where willows wept silver tears, and where birch trees stood like slender ghosts in the moonlight. The air grew cooler, carrying the clean scent of rain on distant hills, though no clouds yet crossed the star-dusted sky. As they walked, Alaric began to share the forest's oldest wisdom. "All living things follow the great cycle, little one, growth, abundance, release, and rest. The magic you see fading is not disappearing, but preparing for transformation. Just as the sun must set to make way for the moon, and the moon must wane to make way for new light, so too must the forest's magic ebb and flow. They arrived at a stream where the water flowed over smooth, dark stones, creating a melody that sounded like countless tiny bells. "Listen," Alaric instructed. "The water speaks of journeys, both those taken and those yet to come." Rowan knelt by the stream, watching how the moonlight danced on the ripples. The water seemed to whisper of mountain springs and distant oceans, of rain yet to fall and snow soon to blanket the earth. The stones in the stream bed, worn smooth by countless seasons, hummed with a deep, resonant frequency that vibrated through Rowan's paws. "Every stone holds memory," Alaric explained. "They remember the first rains, the first roots, the first creatures to drink from these waters. Their language is one of patience and permanence." Continuing onward, they entered a part of the forest where the trees grew in concentric circles, their trunks wide with age. Here the air thrummed with a different energy, older, deeper. In the center stood the Heartstone, a massive crystal that pulsed with soft blue light, its surface covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change like living tattoos. "This is where the seasonal magic gathers and transforms," Alaric said, alighting on a nearby branch. "Watch." As they observed, Rowan noticed tiny points of light drifting toward the Heartstone, sparks of green from the fading summer magic, specks of gold from the autumn yet to come. The stone absorbed them all, its light growing slightly brighter with each addition. "The forest is preparing for the great turning," Alaric explained. "The time when summer's vigor gives way to autumn's wisdom and eventually to winter's rest. The magic isn't fading, it's concentrating, gathering its strength for the transformation ahead." Rowan watched, fascinated, as luminescent moths with wings like stained glass fluttered around the Heartstone, their flight patterns creating shimmering shapes in the air. Their gentle wingbeats made a soft, whirring music that blended with the sighing of the wind through the pine needles. "But why must there be rest?" Rowan asked. "Couldn't the magic remain strong always?" Alaric's answer came as a series of gentle hoots that seemed to harmonize with the night sounds. "Consider the stream we visited. If it flowed at full strength always, it would wear away its banks and forget its song. The quiet times allow for reflection, for deepening, for gathering new stories. Rest is not emptiness, it is potential waiting to be born." As if to demonstrate, Alaric directed Rowan's attention to a nearby patch of earth where the bioluminescent fungi grew most thickly. "Watch closely," the owl instructed. Rowan observed as the mushrooms indeed glowed more dimly than usual, but now noticed something new: tiny, star-like seeds of light drifting downward from their caps, settling into the soil where they shimmered briefly before disappearing. "They're planting next season's light," Rowan realized aloud. "Exactly," Alaric said warmly. "What appears as fading is actually the beginning of new growth. The forest knows that to hold on too tightly is to lose the capacity for renewal." As the night deepened, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that made 1,000 tiny percussion sounds as it met leaves, stones, and soil. The raindrops caught the moonlight as they fell, creating the illusion of liquid silver dripping from every branch and petal. The scent of damp earth and wet stone rose around them, clean and comforting. Rowan and Alaric took shelter under the broad canopy of a grandmother cedar, whose bark smelled of incense and whose branches created a dry haven. The rain's rhythm was hypnotic, a natural lullaby that seemed to soothe the entire forest. "Every element has its voice," Alaric murmured. "The rain speaks of cleansing and blessing. The wind carries messages between the trees, the stones anchor the forest's memories, and the streams sing the stories of all they've touched." Rowan listened, truly listened, and began to hear the forest not as separate elements, but as a great, breathing entity, each part essential, each voice contributing to the whole. The tension that had knotted in the hedgehog's chest began to unwind, replaced by a deep, resonating peace. When the rain ceased, the forest emerged washed in moonlight and droplets that glittered like scattered diamonds. The air felt newer, fresher, as if the world had been remade while they sheltered. "Come," Alaric said softly. "Let us return to the starflower clearing. I believe you will see something wonderful." The journey back felt different to Rowan. Where before the hedgehog had heard only silence, now the forest sounded with a rich tapestry of subtle noises. The almost inaudible growth of moss on north-facing stones, the gentle respiration of sleeping flowers, the soft conversations of trees sharing nutrients through their root networks. When they reached the starflower clearing, Rowan gasped. The flowers now glowed with a soft, steady light, not the brilliant shine of high summer, but a deeper, more profound radiance that seemed to come from within the very earth. "They've found their winter light," Alaric explained. "The light that must burn steadily through the cold months, conserving its energy for the explosion of spring." Rowan understood now. The forest wasn't fading, it was turning inward, gathering its magic for the long transformation ahead. The quiet wasn't absence, but presence of a different kind, the deep, resonant presence of something gathering its strength. As dawn began to tint the eastern sky with shades of lavender and rose, Alaric prepared to return to his hollow. "Remember what you've learned tonight, little one. The most powerful magic often looks like stillness. The greatest wisdom speaks in whispers, and the cycle of rest is as essential as the cycle of growth." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of these words settle deep within. "Thank you, Elder Alaric. I will carry this understanding with me." The owl regarded the hedgehog with ancient, kind eyes. "The forest thanks you for your caring heart. It is creatures like you who help maintain the balance by listening when the woods speak." With a final soft hoot that seemed to bless the coming day, Alaric spread his silent wings and disappeared into the waking forest. Rowan made the journey home as the world transitioned from moonlight to dawn. The forest looked different now, not diminished, but deeply, wonderfully alive in its quiet way. The hedgehog noticed things previously overlooked, the intricate patterns of frost beginning to form on leaves, the way certain stones seemed to hum when touched by the first sunlight, the gentle glow of the mushrooms that indeed seemed to pulse with a slower, more deliberate light. Arriving at the familiar burrow beneath the roots of a friendly oak, Rowan paused to watch the sunrise paint the treetops in gold. The forest was entering its time of quiet magic, and now Rowan understood this was not something to fear, but to cherish. As the first rays of sun warmed the forest floor, Rowan settled into the cozy burrow, the events of the night weaving themselves into memory. The gentle dripping of leftover rain from leaves, the distant murmur of the stream, the soft rustle of falling leaves, these were the forest's lullabies, the sounds of transformation and trust in the great cycle. And as Rowan drifted into daytime dreams, the hedgehog knew that the magic had never left. It had simply changed form, like the moon waning only to wax again, like the stream flowing onward to new destinations, like the forest itself breathing in and out in an eternal, peaceful rhythm of rest and renewal. The ancient forest of whispering boughs was exactly where it needed to be, and all was well beneath the silver moonbeams and emerging sunlight. Story 9. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was a place of whispers and echoes, where the house itself seemed to breathe softly through the floorboards. A young boy named Leo had been sent up to find an old picture frame for his mother, but the task had quickly been forgotten in the quiet thrill of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spines of leather-bound books and the cool, smooth surface of a porcelain wash basin. Then, tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt the color of faded violets, his knuckles knocked against something solid and wooden. He carefully pulled it free. It was a box no larger than a loaf of bread, carved from a dark, rich wood. There were no obvious hinges or latch, just the intricate image of a compass rose on its lid, the points of which were inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Leo ran his thumb over the carving. Click. The softest of sounds, like a sleeping sparrow shifting on its branch. The lid lifted a fraction. His heart beat a gentle, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. He opened it fully. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any he had seen in books or shops. Its casing was brass, worn smooth and warm with age. The needle, rather than pointing north, quivered and spun in a slow, lazy circle. And instead of the usual letters, the points of the compass were marked with tiny, exquisite symbols. A teardrop, a laughing mouth, a closed door, a single star, and a small, bright flame. As Leo lifted it from its velvet nest, the needle gave a decisive shiver and settled, pointing directly at the symbol of the closed door. A soft, clear chime, like that of a distant church bell, resonated from the compass itself, a single, pure note that hung in the dusty air. Chime. It was then he noticed the first of the helpers. Curled in a wicker basket nearby was a large, ginger cat, its fur the color of autumn leaves. It opened one golden eye, which fixed not on Leo, but on the compass in his hand. "It's been quiet for a long time," the cat said, its voice a low, rumbling purr. It stretched, a slow, luxurious movement. "I am Rowan, that," it added, nodding its head toward the compass, "is the Heartstone compass. It doesn't point to places, you see, it points to feelings." Leo stared, too astonished to speak. "The door," Rowan purred, "usually means something is locked away. A fear, a memory, a piece of one's self." The cat padded over and rubbed its head against Leo's knee, a comforting, grounding weight. "The compass has chosen you for a journey, but the distance you will travel will be measured in courage, not in miles." Just then, a tiny, squeaky voice piped up from a hole in the baseboard. "Did someone say journey? I do love a good itinerary." A small, bright-eyed mouse, wearing a minuscule helmet fashioned from a silver thimble, scurried out and stood on its hind legs, whiskers twitching with excitement. "I am Pip," the mouse declared. "Official scout and cartographer of the Between Places. That compass is a tricky bit of work. Are you its new keeper?" Leo, finding his voice at last, managed a whisper. I think so." "Splendid," squeaked Pip. "Then we haven't a moment to lose. A closed door is a dreadful thing. It blocks the drafts and keeps out the starlight. Which way is it pointing?" Leo showed them. The needle remained steadfastly fixed on the tiny carved door. Rowan's purr deepened. "Then we follow. The journey begins not out there, but in here." The cat gently tapped a paw against Leo's chest. And so, holding the softly chiming compass, with a purring cat at his heels and a mouse perched on his shoulder, Leo took a step forward. He didn't walk toward the attic door, but toward the darkest, most cluttered corner, where shadows gathered thick as velvet. As he moved, the world around him seemed to soften and shift. The stacks of old newspapers blurred into a forest of whispering ferns, their fronds rustling with a sound like turning pages. The trunk full of winter coats became a great, mossy boulder, and the single round window now showed a sky full of swirling, lavender-tinged clouds. They were walking through a landscape woven from the attic's own essence, a cozy, quiet world that felt both strange and deeply familiar. The air smelled of rain-soaked earth and old books. In the distance, the gentle plink, plink of water dripping into a puddle echoed like a slow melody. "The compass shows the path through your own heart," Rowan explained, his voice a soft rumble beside Leo. "The challenges are yours alone to face, but you do not face them alone." After a time, the path led them to the base of a great, gnarled oak tree, its trunk so wide Leo couldn't see around it. And there, set right into the ancient bark, was a door. It was made of dark, polished wood, banded with iron, and it was very firmly shut. The compass needle pointed directly at it, and the soft chime grew slightly more insistent. Chime, chime. This was the challenge. the locked-away thing. Leo reached out and tried the iron handle. It didn't budge. He pushed with all his might, but the door was as immovable as the tree itself. A stubborn one, Pip chirped from his shoulder. No keyhole either, a puzzle. Leo felt a flicker of frustration, and with it, a chill seemed to seep from the door. He shivered. "Patience, little keeper," Rowan murmured, curling his tail around Leo's ankles. "A door locked by fear cannot be opened by force. What is it you are afraid of?" Leo looked at the imposing door. He thought about the reason he'd been so eager to hide in the attic that afternoon. A new school. New faces. The terrifying prospect of walking into a room full of strangers. He had locked that fear away, trying to ignore it, hoping it would vanish. But here it was, a solid, unmovable door in the landscape of his heart. "I'm afraid of being alone," he whispered, the confession hanging in the quiet air. As soon as he spoke the words, the iron bands on the door seemed to gleam less coldly. "Ah," said Pip, nodding sagely. "A very common lock, but it has a very simple key." The mouse scampered down Leo's arm and stood before the door. "You must offer it a gift of kindness." "Kindness to a door?" Leo asked, bewildered. "Kindness to the fear itself," Rowan corrected gently. "A fear that feels seen and understood is a fear that begins to lose its power." Leo thought for a moment. Then he sat down, his back against the great tree, right beside the door. He didn't try to open it. He simply sat there, holding the warm brass compass in his lap. He imagined the fear behind the door not as a monster, but as a small, shivering version of himself. He sent thoughts of comfort toward it. He imagined sharing his lunch with that lonely boy, telling him a funny story, sitting with him in silence so he wouldn't have to be alone. He poured all the kindness he wished for into that silent offering. For a long while, nothing happened. The only sounds were the rustle of the fern forest, the distant plink of water, and Rowan's steady, rumbling purr, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. Pip sat quietly on his knee, his tiny helmet gleaming. Then, a new sound joined the symphony. A soft, warm, golden light began to spill from the seam around the door. It was the color of honey and candle flame. And with the light came a sound, a deep, resonant thrum like the string of a cello being gently plucked, a sound of deep contentment. Thrum. The iron bands glowed with a gentle warmth. Leo, acting on an impulse of pure kindness, reached out and laid his palm flat against the wooden door. It was no longer cold and forbidding, but warm like something alive. With a sigh that seemed to come from the roots of the great tree itself, the door swung inward, not with a jarring bang, but with a soft, whispering creak. There was no monster behind it. There was no dark, terrifying space. Instead, the doorway framed a scene of perfect, cozy safety. It was a small, circular room, lined with books, with a soft rug and a fireplace where friendly flames crackled and danced. In the center of the room stood a small version of himself, no longer shivering but smiling, holding out a hand in welcome. The compass in Leo's hands grew warm. He looked down. The needle was spinning joyously before settling on a new symbol, the single bright star. The chime it made now was clear and triumphant, a little shower of musical notes. Chime, chime, chime. "You see," purred Rowan. "You were never alone, you just had to find the part of you that knows how to be a friend." Pip did a delighted little jig on his knee. The door was never a barrier, it was an invitation. The landscape around them began to soften and blur, the fern forest fading back into stacks of newspapers, the mossy boulder resolving once more into an old trunk. Leo found himself sitting back in the dusty attic, the late afternoon sun painting everything in hues of gold. The carved box sat open on his lap, the heartstone compass resting inside, its needle now still and peaceful. Rowan the cat was curled beside him, purring contentedly, and Pip the mouse was nowhere to be seen, though a faint, cheerful squeak from the baseboard suggested he was already planning the next adventure. Leo hadn't traveled any physical distance at all, yet he felt as if he had crossed a vast and important territory within himself. The fear was still there, he knew, but it was no longer a locked door. It was a quiet room inside him, a place he could visit with kindness whenever he felt the chill of loneliness. He carefully closed the lid of the wooden box, the soft click a perfect full stop to the story. The attic was quiet once more, filled only with the peaceful sounds of a settling house and the gentle rhythm of his own, much lighter heart. He knew with a certainty that warmed him more than any fireplace that whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, he carried within him a compass that would always guide him home to his own courage and the memory of friends found in the most unexpected of places. Story 10. On the far edge of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathers in soft, swirling clouds of violet and gold, there drifted a small, forgotten observation station. It had been built long ago by star-charting explorers, but now it rested silent, its original purpose faded into memory like an old song. It was here in this quiet corner of the cosmos that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the planet Lumen. His people were creatures of light and crystalline form. He did not have a name in the way we understand, but if you were to translate the gentle pulse of his inner light, it would mean something like softly glowing pebble at the edge of a still pond. For our story, we shall call him Glimmer. His body was like a cluster of clear quartz, refracting the faintest light into 1,000 tiny rainbows. He communicated not with words, but with the shifting colors that played across his facets. A flush of rose for curiosity, a shimmer of sapphire for contentment, a gentle amber glow for warmth. The second was a traveler from the world of Veridia, a planet of deep, resonant forests and whispering winds. She was a small, furry being with large, dark eyes that held the quiet wisdom of ancient trees. Her species spoke through complex harmonies, a hum that rose from their chests, changing in pitch and tone to convey meaning. Her name hum translated to little life carried on a gentle breeze. We shall call her Breeze. Her 6 delicate fingers were perfect for weaving and for feeling the subtle vibrations in the air and metal around her. They arrived at the derelict station within days of each other, both seeking shelter from a passing ion storm that painted the void outside in brilliant, silent streaks of green and silver. Glimmer had floated through a damaged airlock, his light dim with weariness. Breeze had carefully navigated her small, pod-like ship into a dusty hangar bay. Their first meeting was in the station's central atrium, a vast, circular room with a domed ceiling of transparent alloy that offered a breathtaking view of the star-dusted nebula outside. Glimmer, startled, flared into a brilliant, sharp white. Breeze, frightened by the sudden glare, let out a high, discordant hum and scurried behind a rusted console. For a long time they remained frozen, separated by a floor of cool, metallic tiles. Glimmer's light slowly softened to a hesitant, pulsing lavender, a color that meant, I am unsure, I mean no harm. Breeze, peeking out, saw the gentle light and responded with a low, wavering hum, the Veridian equivalent of, I am also afraid. It was Breeze who made the first move. Slowly, she crept out from her hiding spot. From a pouch at her side, she retrieved a small, smooth stone she had carried from her homeworld. It was a singing stone, which emitted a soft, calming drone when warmed by a living touch. She placed it on the floor and gently nudged it toward the crystalline being. Glimmer regarded the stone. He extended a slender, glowing filament and touched its surface. The stone's hum deepened, and Glimmer responded by washing his entire form in a warm, grateful gold. It was the first bridge built between them. they decided the station would be their shared shelter. It was vast and lonely, but it had potential. The central atrium with its view of the cosmos called to them both. This would be their safe space, their garden. Breeze, with her clever fingers, began to work. She found stasis pods in the storage bays that contained samples of flora from 100 different worlds. With great care, she planted them in troughs of nutrient-rich gel she concocted from reclaimed water and minerals. Soon the atrium was filled with strange and wonderful plants, silver ferns that chimed softly in a draught, bioluminescent moss that carpeted the floor in a soft blue glow, and a twisting, vine-like tree that grew deep purple, trumpet-shaped flowers. Glimmer's contribution was light and water. He discovered that by focusing his inner warmth on the station's old solar conduits, he could power a soft, artificial sun that cycled through a gentle day and night. He also found the moisture reclamation system, and with a sustained pulse of gentle heat, persuaded the ancient pipes to weep fresh, clean water for their garden. Their communication was a beautiful, evolving dance. Breeze would hum a question, and Glimmer would answer with a color. He learned that a steady, green-teal glow meant he was listening carefully. She learned that a quick, staccato series of high notes conveyed excitement. They began to understand each other's moods and intentions with startling clarity. Of course, there were misunderstandings, often born from their profound differences. One day, Breeze was trying to express her deep happiness at the growth of her glowing moss. She hummed her most joyous, soaring harmony, a sound that filled the atrium. To her, it was a symphony of contentment. To Glimmer, however, the specific vibrational frequency was agonizing. It resonated with his crystalline structure at a pitch that felt like 1,000 tiny fractures. He recoiled, his light flashing to a pained, jagged crimson. Breeze fell silent at once, her hum cutting off. She saw his distress and felt a wave of empathic sadness. She had hurt her friend without meaning to. She hunched her small shoulders, her dark eyes wide with regret. Glimmer, seeing her sadness, quickly softened his light to a forgiving, gentle magenta. He floated closer and with a pointed facet, carefully traced a simple pattern in the condensation on a nearby viewport, a circle with 2 smaller circles inside. It was his way of drawing a face with wide, understanding eyes. Breeze understood. She responded by plucking one of the chiming silver fronds and tapping it very, very softly against her singing stone, creating a single, pure, quiet note. It was an apology and a promise to be more mindful. Another time, Glimmer, in a fit of playful energy, decided to make the atrium sparkle. He zipped around the room, refracting light from the artificial sun into a frenetic, dazzling disco ball of colors. He was shimmering with delight, a kaleidoscope of joy. For Breeze, whose people were sensitive to rapid light changes, it was overwhelming. She had to cover her eyes with her hands, a low, distressed hum rumbling in her chest. Glimmer stopped immediately, his light dimming to a soft, apologetic gray. He had learned that his greatest gift could also be a source of discomfort. He now knew to express his joy in slower, sweeping waves of color, like a gentle aurora. Through these moments of miscommunication, they didn't grow frustrated. Instead, they laughed in their own ways. Breeze's laugh was a series of bubbling, ascending notes. Glimmer's was a shimmering, golden ripple that ran through his core. Each misunderstanding was not a wall, but a door that once opened, revealed a new, wonderful room in the house of their friendship. Their favorite times were the quiet ones. When the artificial sun dimmed for the station's night, they would meet in the heart of their garden. Breeze would nestle amongst the roots of the trumpet flower tree, and Glimmer would float beside her, his light providing a soft, moon-like glow. Together, they would watch the cosmos through the great dome. They saw meteor showers paint fleeting scratches of light across the darkness. They watched the slow, majestic dance of a binary star system, two suns waltzing around each other in an eternal embrace. They saw the nebula shift and change, its colors deepening from lilac to a profound, velvety indigo. In these silent, shared moments, no translation was needed. Breeze would feel a deep, resonant peace, and her quiet, contented hum would vibrate through the floor. Glimmer, sensing her serenity, would glow with a soft, pulsating light the color of a perfect twilight. They were speaking the oldest language in the universe, the language of shared wonder, of companionship, of simply being together in the vast, beautiful dark. One day while exploring a lower deck, Breeze's sensitive hearing picked up a faint, desperate signal. It was a repeating pattern, a simple mathematical sequence that was a universal distress call. A ship was adrift, its crew in stasis, its power failing. Its trajectory would take it into a nearby asteroid field within a few cycles. She hurried to find Glimmer, her hums urgent and sharp. She showed him the signal on a dusty console. Glimmer pulsed with a worried orange. They had to help. But how? Their station had no engines, no tractor beams. Then Breeze had an idea. She remembered the station's long-range communications array. It was broken, but its main dish was still intact. And Glimmer was a being of pure energy. What if he could channel his light? They raced to the comms room. Breeze, with her knowledge of vibrations and harmonics, recalibrated the dish's targeting system, aiming it at the crippled ship. Then she looked at Glimmer and hummed a single, clear note of request. Understanding dawned in a warm, yellow glow. Glimmer positioned himself at the focal point of the giant dish. He focused all his energy, all his warmth, all his light. It was not a destructive beam, but a wave of pure, coherent kindness. He poured his friendship, his hope, his very essence into that light and sent it streaming across the void. On the derelict ship, the pulse of Glimmer's light washed over its hull. It was a signal of such pure, benevolent intent that it jump-started the ship's failing emergency systems. The computers, reading the unique energy signature not as a threat but as aid, rerouted all remaining power to the engines. With a sputter and then a steady thrum, the ship corrected its course, veering safely away from the asteroid field. Its automated systems sent back one, simple, blinking light in gratitude, a message received and understood. Glimmer, exhausted, dimmed to a soft, flickering ember. Breeze gathered him in her arms, a difficult task as he was made of light and crystal, but she held him with the utmost care, her humming a low, soothing lullaby of thanks and relief. They had done it. Together they had saved lives they would never know, using the only true universal language there is. As time flowed on, their garden thrived, and their friendship deepened into something as constant and reliable as the orbits of the distant stars they watched. They knew that one day their paths might lead them elsewhere. But they also knew that the bond they had forged in that quiet, starlit station was unbreakable. On the night Breeze knew she must eventually return to Veridia to share the songs she had learned, and Glimmer felt the pull to rejoin the drifting currents of his people, they did not feel sadness. They sat together in their garden one last time, under the great dome. A particularly brilliant star was rising, its light a steady, unwavering point of white. Breeze began to hum a new melody, one she had composed just for this moment. It was a song of memory, of starlight on crystal, of silver leaves chiming in a space station garden. It was a song of friendship. In response, Glimmer did not shimmer or pulse. He focused his light until he was glowing with a soft, radiant, and eternal silver, the exact color of that rising star. It was his promise. No matter how far apart they were, whenever they looked up into the deep, velvet night, they would each see that same silver light, and they would remember. They would remember the quiet moments, the shared shelter, the laughter born from misunderstanding, and the profound truth that kindness needs no translation, for it is the one signal that every heart in the cosmos can understand. And in that remembering, they would never truly be apart. Story 11. In the quiet heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two sleepy hills, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where cobblestone paths curved like sleepy cats, where lanterns glowed with captured moonlight, and where every chimney puffed spirals of cinnamon-scented smoke. At the very center of the village stood the grand clock tower, its face like a kind, wrinkled moon, chiming each hour with a sound like silver raindrops falling into a pool of dreams. The people of Starlight Hollow were gentle folk, bakers who kneaded starlight into their bread, gardeners who sang to their roses, and weavers who threaded their looms with gossamer and dawn mist. But one crisp autumn evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times, something peculiar began to unfold. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Finn, the village stargazer and keeper of the moon garden, was the first to notice. He was a quiet young man with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that listened more than it spoke. Every evening he would climb the winding stairs to his rooftop observatory, unfurl his star chart parchments, and greet each constellation by name. But on this particular evening, as he lifted his brass telescope to the sky, he saw gaps. Empty patches of velvet black where familiar stars should have been twinkling. The hunter was missing his belt. The lyre had lost its brightest string. The Little Dipper's handle had vanished entirely. Finn felt a gentle prickle of curiosity, not fear. He descended the stairs, his footsteps soft on the mossy wood, and stepped into the village square. The air was cool, carrying the scent of wood smoke and baking apple tarts. Wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the tea shop tinkled a scattered melody. A soft, steady rain began to fall, tapping on the cobblestones like tiny, polite fingers. The next morning the mystery deepened. Old Maeve, the village baker, discovered that her famous sunrise buns, which usually emerged from the oven golden as a summer morning, were coming out in muted shades of lavender and dove gray. Then Liam the gardener found that his sundial was casting its shadow in the wrong direction, as if time itself had decided to take a leisurely stroll backwards. The villagers gathered under the clock tower, their murmurs blending with the rustle of falling leaves. They were not alarmed, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars? Why were the colors fading? Was time flowing backwards? Finn observed them all, his kind eyes taking in every detail. He saw the way Cora, the weaver, twisted her silver bracelet when she was thoughtful. He noticed how young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, kept glancing up at the clock tower with a puzzled frown. He listened to the soft, worried hum of the community, a sound like bees in a clover field. That afternoon, Finn visited the village library, a cozy building shaped like a stacked pile of books, where the air smelled of old paper and dried lavender. He found an ancient, velvet-bound book of nursery rhymes, one that had been sung to children in Starlight Hollow for generations. As he turned the brittle pages, one rhyme caught his eye. When the clock ticks to the moon's delight, and stars forget to shine so bright, find the key where shadows play. At the closing of the day, follow the path the rainbows keep, where the guardian's secrets sleep. Finn's heart gave a little leap. A clue. But what did it mean? He shared the rhyme with the villagers at the evening gathering in the square. They huddled under woolen blankets, sipping mugs of spiced cider as the gentle rain pattered around them. The key where shadows play, wondered Maeve, dusting flour from her apron. Perhaps it's near the old oak tree. Its branches cast the longest shadows at dusk. So the following dusk, the whole village trooped to the great oak at the edge of the woods. The shadows of the branches did indeed stretch like long, slender fingers across the grass. But search as they might, they found no key, only a hidden nest of fireflies blinking softly in the dim light. It was a red herring, but a delightful one. The children gasped with joy at the discovery, catching the gentle lights in their cupped hands before letting them soar back into the twilight. Next, Liam suggested the path the rainbows keep. After the rain, a rainbow often arches over the crystal brook. Maybe the answer lies there. So when the next rainbow appeared, a shimmering bridge of pastel light, they followed it to where it seemed to touch the earth near the babbling brook. But instead of a secret path, they found a forgotten patch of rainbow moss, each tuft glowing with a different color. Another red herring, but what a lovely one. The weavers gathered samples, excited to spin the radiant moss into new, vibrant threads. Finn, however, stayed quiet. He observed that the nursery rhyme mentioned the closing of the day. And each time the clock tower chimed the end of the day, he noticed something odd. The final chime echoed a second too long, vibrating through the cobblestones. He also realized that the missing stars corresponded exactly to the constellations depicted in the stained glass windows of the clock tower itself. One evening, as the clock began to chime 7, Finn stood directly under the tower, feeling the vibrations in his bones. On the 7th chime he saw it, a faint, star-shaped glimmer in the pavement below the tower, visible only for a second in the fading light. "Where shadows play," he whispered. The shadow of the clock tower's spire fell exactly over that spot at the day's closing. He called the villagers over. With careful hands, they brushed away the fallen leaves and loose earth, revealing a small, star-shaped indentation in the cobblestone. But what was the key? Finn remembered the second part of the rhyme. Follow the path the rainbows keep, where the guardian's secrets sleep. He looked up at the clock tower's stained glass windows. Each one depicted a constellation, and each was made from glass that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. The guardian was the clock tower itself, and its secrets slept within. He rushed inside, up the winding stairs, to the great clockwork mechanism. There, tucked behind the golden gears, was a small, crystalline key, glowing with a soft inner light. It had likely been placed there by the tower's builder centuries ago, a secret safeguard. With the village gathered breathlessly below, Finn carefully inserted the key into the star-shaped indentation. It fit perfectly. With a soft click, a section of the pavement slid aside, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into a softly lit chamber. They descended into a circular room, its walls painted like the night sky. And there, hovering in the center, were the missing stars, tiny, shimmering orbs of light, drifting lazily like dandelion seeds caught in a breeze. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested an ancient, beautifully carved box. Finn opened the box. Inside was not treasure, but a simple, handwritten note. It read, "To the people of Starlight Hollow. When the balance between day and night is forgotten, the stars retreat to remind us to look closer. Time flows not backwards, but asks us to pause. Colors fade only to be rediscovered. You have found this chamber not by luck, but by watching, listening, and working together. The stars will return to the sky when you return wonder to your hearts." And as they read those words, the tiny star orbs began to rise, floating up through the open doorway and into the evening sky, slotting back into their empty places one by one. The hunter reclaimed his belt. The lyre strummed its bright string. The little dipper filled itself with light. When they emerged from the chamber, they found the village transformed, not magically, but through their own renewed attention. The rain had stopped, and the wind chimes sang a clearer, sweeter song. The clock tower's chime was perfectly in tune. Maeve's sunrise buns, baked with a little extra joy, shone golden once more. Liam's sundial cast its shadow true, because everyone had taken a moment to simply be still and notice. The mystery was solved. not by magic alone, but by empathy, observation, and the shared heartbeat of a community. That night the villagers of Starlight Hollow gathered in the square, wrapped in warm blankets, watching the restored stars twinkle above. The gentle rain returned, but now it felt like a blessing, its rhythm a lullaby. The clock tower chimed softly, a sound like comfort itself. Finn sat among his friends, a contented smile on his face. He had learned that the greatest mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer, to each other, and to the quiet magic woven into everyday life. And as the firelight cast dancing shadows on the cobblestones, and the scent of rain and applewood filled the air, the entire village drifted into peaceful dreams, cradled by the certainty that some wonders are meant to be shared, and that every ending is really a gentle, starlit beginning. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing orange shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss of the burning wood was a tiny drumbeat in the quiet room, a rhythm for the night. It is in such a warm, quiet space that stories best take root, and tonight I shall tell you one about a boy, a forest, and a light that was born from the heart of darkness. Our story begins with a boy named Finn, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. Finn was a quiet child, with a heart that often felt too big for his small world. He was kind, but he was lonely. His parents were loving, but they were practical people, their minds filled with the needs of the day, mending fences, storing harvests, and banking fires. They did not see the world as Finn did. He saw faces in the knots of wood, heard whispers on the wind, and felt the ancient pulse of the land beneath his feet. One evening, as a particularly deep autumn settled in, painting the world in shades of gold and crimson, a profound restlessness settled in Finn's bones. The days were growing shorter, the nights longer and colder. The loneliness that was usually a quiet companion began to feel like a heavy cloak. He sat by the kitchen window, watching the last of the sunlight bleed from the sky behind the skeletal trees. The world was being swallowed by a deep, velvety blue, and the first star winked into existence, a solitary diamond in an expanse of indigo. It was then he saw it. A flicker deep within the forest. Not the steady yellow of a lantern, nor the cool white of a star. This was a different light altogether. It was the color of a dying ember, a deep, pulsing orange red, like a heart beating in the gloom. It glowed for a moment, then faded, only to reappear a little farther away, a beckoning pulse in the gathering dark. A sensible part of Finn's mind told him to stay put. The forest at night was no place for a boy. But the lonely, curious part of him, the part that yearned for mystery, was already pulling on his warmest coat and slipping out the back door into the chilly evening air. The path into the wood was one he knew well by day, but at night it became an entirely different creature. Familiar oaks and beeches stretched their gnarled branches like grasping arms, and the friendly chatter of daytime birds was replaced by the soft, questioning hoot of an owl. The air was crisp and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves. He walked carefully, his breath pluming in the air before him, his eyes fixed on that distant, pulsing glow. He walked for what felt like an age, the cottage lights disappearing behind him, until he was enveloped in the deep, silent heart of the forest. The ember glow led him off the main path, down a deer trail he had never noticed before, carpeted with thick moss that silenced his footsteps. And then he saw it. The light was not floating in the air, as he had first thought. It was cradled in the hands of a small, slender figure sitting on a mossy log. The figure was no taller than Finn himself, with hair the color of silver moss and skin that seemed to be made of smooth, pale birch bark. Her eyes, when she looked up at him, were the deep, calm green of a forest pool. And in her cupped hands rested a small, smooth stone that pulsed with that same gentle, ember-like light. She did not look startled. She simply looked at him, her head tilted curiously. You can see it, she said, her voice a soft rustle, like leaves skittering across stone. Finn could only nod, his own voice lost somewhere in his throat. My name is Lyra, she said, and this is a heartstone. She opened her hand slightly, and Finn drew closer, mesmerized. The stone was warm to the touch, though not unpleasantly so. Its light pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, and when he looked deeply into it, he saw not a solid object, but a tiny, swirling galaxy of orange and gold, like a captured sunset. It's beautiful, Finn whispered, his voice returning to him. It is a piece of the forest's own heart, Lyra explained. It glows for those who feel the world's deep loneliness, as I do, as you do. And in that moment, by the light of the magical stone, Finn's loneliness did not vanish, but it changed. It was no longer a hollow space inside him, but a bridge that connected him to this strange, gentle creature. An unexpected friendship, as warm and comforting as the glow from the hearth, was kindled there in the dark woods. Lyra was a guardian of the hidden glade, a secret, sheltered world within the forest that was normally invisible to human eyes. It was a place where seasons existed side by side, where a spring of eternal blossom brushed against the copse of perpetually autumn oaks. She was its only guardian now, and she was worried. The Heartstone's light, she told Finn, was fading. It had once burned as brightly as a midsummer bonfire, but over the years its glow had dimmed, its pulses growing slower and weaker. The glade is connected to the heart of the wider world, she said, her green eyes clouded with concern. As the world outside grows louder and more hurried, as its wild places are forgotten, the glade grows quieter. The Heartstone reflects that. If its light goes out, the glade will fade away forever. Finn looked from the stone in her hands to her worried face. What can we do? I do not know, Lyra admitted. The old stories say the stone is fed by stories. Not just any stories, but the true, quiet stories of connection, of friendship, of kindness, of growth. The kind of stories that are whispered from the heart. People have forgotten how to tell them, or how to listen. A gentle mystery had unfolded before Finn, not with shouts and drama, but with the soft unraveling of smoke patterns in the night. The fading light was a puzzle that could not be solved with strength or speed, but with something far more delicate. Then we'll find more stories, Finn said, with a determination that surprised him. And so their journey began. It was not a journey of great distance, but of deep attention. Night after night, Finn would slip away from his cottage, and Lyra would be waiting at the edge of the hidden glade, the Heartstone glowing softly in her palm. Their quest was to find the lost and forgotten stories that could rekindle the stone's light. They started within the glade itself. Lyra led Finn to an ancient willow tree, its branches weeping a curtain of silver-green leaves. This is the whispering willow, she said. It remembers. She placed her hand on its trunk, and Finn did the same. A warmth spread through the bark, and then a soft, collective murmur filled the air. It was not with words he understood, but with feelings. A surge of joy from a nest of fledgling birds who had taken their first flight from its branches generations ago. The deep, patient love of the tree itself for the soil that held it. The gentle sorrow of a lost fawn that had once slept safely in its shade. It was a story of shelter, of being a safe harbor in a vast world. As they listened, truly listened, the Heartstone in Lyra's pocket gave a soft, bright pulse. Another evening they found a small, clear brook that giggled as it tripped over smooth, gray stones. Lyra knelt and cupped the cold water in her hands. This brook has traveled from the high mountains, she said. It has seen storms and droughts, and has been slowed by beaver dams and diverted by falling trees, but it always finds its way to the sea. As she spoke, images seemed to dance on the water's surface, not clear pictures, but impressions of relentless perseverance, of adapting and flowing around obstacles. It was a story of resilience. The Heartstone glowed a little brighter. They visited a family of field mice, who told them, in squeaks and twitches of their noses, the story of their great-great-grandmother who had outsmarted a fox by leading it on a merry chase through a hollow log, saving the entire colony. It was a story of cleverness and sacrifice. They sat with old Badger in his set, who shared the memory of a long-ago friendship with a lonely human child who had brought him apples, a story of simple, cross-species kindness. With each story, each moment of true connection and understanding, the Heartstone's ember glow strengthened, its pulse becoming more vibrant and steady. But Finn was transforming too, as surely as fire transforms wood. The lonely boy who had first followed a flickering light into the woods was being remade. His quiet nature was no longer a source of isolation, but a gift. He discovered he was a wonderful listener. He could sit for hours perfectly still and hear the story a beetle was telling as it navigated a blade of grass, or understand the history held in the lichen patterns on a north-facing rock. He learned to see the world not as a collection of separate things, but as a vast, interconnected web of stories, each one precious, each one feeding the great, quiet heart of the world. His parents noticed a change in him. He was still their quiet boy, but a new light had been kindled behind his eyes. He began to help his father in the woodshop, not just with the tasks, but by listening to the stories the different woods held, the strength of the oak, the flexibility of the ash, the sweet scent of the cedar. He helped his mother in the garden, learning the story of each plant, from the stubborn determination of the weed to the generous abundance of the tomato vine. He was growing not in size but in depth, his own heart burning steady and true with a newfound purpose. One night a cold wind howled through the forest, carrying the first sharp bite of winter. When Finn met Lyra, her face was etched with a new worry. The Heartstone, which had been glowing so hopefully, had dimmed again. Its light was faint, flickering uncertainly. "The cold is coming," Lyra said, her voice thin. "The world is sleeping and its stories are growing quieter. I fear it is not enough. We have gathered so many, but the stone needs a story of its own, a story of renewal, a story that proves that light can be kindled from the deepest dark." Finn looked at the struggling stone, its light guttering like a candle in a draught. He thought of his own loneliness, that cold, hollow feeling that had first led him here. He thought of the warmth of his friendship with Lyra, of the countless small, authentic moments they had shared, sitting in companionable silence, sharing a wild berry, marveling at a spider's web jeweled with morning dew. He thought of all the stories they had collected, not as grand, epic tales, but as the gentle, essential hum of life itself. He reached out and took Lyra's hand. It was cool and smooth, like polished wood. Then he placed his other hand over the Heartstone. It was barely warm. "Maybe," Finn said softly, his voice steady despite the cold, "the story it needs is ours." He closed his eyes and did not try to craft a beautiful narrative. He simply let the truth of his heart flow out. He let the stone feel his initial loneliness, the vast, empty silence of his days. He let it feel the moment he saw its glow, the spark of hope that had ignited in his chest. He poured into it the joy of his friendship with Lyra, the wonder of discovering the hidden glade, the profound lesson of listening to the world. He shared the small, quiet triumphs, the brighter pulse of the stone after hearing the willow's story, the shared laughter with the field mice, the badger's grateful grunt. He offered the story of his own transformation, from a boy who felt apart from the world, to a boy who knew he was a vital, connected part of it. He gave it the story of a light that was found in the darkness, and the friendship that helped it grow. As he poured this simple, honest story into the stone, a miracle began to happen. A single bright spark, like a tiny star, flared at the stone's very center. Then another, and another. The faint, dying ember glow began to brighten, not in a wild, roaring blaze, but in a strong, steady, deepening pulse. The orange light grew richer, warmer, washing over their faces, pushing back the cold night. It filled the small clearing, illuminating the moss in a soft, sunset hue. The light did not flicker or fade. It burned with a serene and constant power, as reliable as the earth itself. Lyra let out a soft gasp, her green eyes shining with tears that reflected the stone's glorious light. "You did it, Finn," she whispered. "You gave it the story it was waiting for." The hidden glade around them seemed to sigh, a sound of profound relief and joy. The air grew warmer, and the trees seemed to stand a little taller, their leaves a little greener. The balance had been restored. Finn knew then that his task was not over, it had simply changed. He was now a keeper of stories, a guardian of the quiet light. He would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the tales that kept the world's heart beating. That was the last night Finn needed to sneak away. The next evening he simply walked out his front door after dinner, and his parents, seeing the calm, purposeful look on his face, simply smiled and let him go. They didn't understand the change, but they welcomed it. He still visits the hidden glade, and Lyra is always there. The hearthstone now burns steadily, a tiny, captured sun in the palm of her hand. Sometimes they simply sit in comfortable silence, watching the light play across the leaves. Other times they go on walks, collecting new stories. The first brave crocus pushing through the snow, the return of the geese, the patient unfurling of a fern. And so, dear listener, as the fire in this hearth burns down to a bed of warm, glowing coals, remember Finn's story. Remember that the greatest adventures are often the quietest ones, found not in seeking treasure, but in seeking connection. The most magical lights are often those that glow softly in the dark, waiting for a kind heart to find them. And the most powerful transformations happen not with a roar, but with the gentle, steady burn of personal growth, fed by friendship and understanding. The world is full of such stories, if you only learn to listen. They are whispered on the wind, written in the patterns of frost on the window pane, and held in the warmth of a shared smile. They are the true magic, the eternal flame that no darkness can ever truly extinguish. So close your eyes now, and let the lingering warmth of this story, and the soft, rhythmic pulse of your own heart, carry you into a peaceful sleep. May your dreams be filled with hidden glades, kind friends, and a light that always guides you safely home. The fire is banked, the night is deep, and all is well. Sleep now. Story 13. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, and the scent of cedar and old paper lingered like a forgotten promise. It was there, on a day when rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the roof, that a young girl named Clara discovered the compass. Not a compass for finding north, this one had no letters, no arrows pointing to magnetic poles. Instead, its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with soft colors, and its single needle was carved from what looked like moonlit glass. Around the edge were tiny symbols, a teapot, a book, a pair of spectacles, a key, and others too small to make out. Clara found it tucked inside a velvet-lined box, nestled between her great-grandfather's botany journals and a stack of sheet music yellowed with age. Click. The latch gave way under her careful fingers. Whish went the velvet as she lifted the lid. The compass lay there cool and quiet until Clara's shadow fell across it. Then the glass needle stirred, trembled, and began to spin, not wildly, but with a slow, deliberate purpose. It came to rest pointing directly at the teapot symbol. Clara's heart beat a little faster. She carried the compass downstairs, where the fire crackled in the hearth and her gray-striped cat, Pippin, was curled on the rug, purring like a tiny engine. The needle didn't waver. It pointed steadfastly toward the kitchen. "Well now," said a voice from the rocking chair. It was grandmother Alara, her knitting needles clicking in a steady, comforting rhythm. "That's a curious thing you've found, the heart's compass, unless I'm mistaken. It doesn't show you where you are, my dear. It shows you what you need." "What I need is a cup of tea." Clara asked, puzzled. Perhaps, said Grandmother Alara, her eyes twinkling. Or perhaps it's showing you the way to something else. The journey is never about the miles, Clara. It's about the courage to follow where your heart leads. So Clara, with Pippin trotting at her heels, followed the compass into the kitchen. The needle led her not to the kettle, but to a high shelf where her mother's favorite ceramic teapot sat, its surface painted with tiny blue forget-me-nots. Clara had to drag a stool over to reach it. As her fingers closed around the warm curve of the pot, she noticed something taped to the bottom, a small, folded piece of paper. It was a recipe written in her mother's looping handwriting for lavender shortbread cookies. At the bottom it read, "For when you need a little comfort." Clara's eyes stung. Her mother was away, traveling for her work, and the house had felt too quiet without her. The compass needle had led her not to tea, but to a memory, a tangible piece of love. She carefully set the teapot back, the paper safely in her pocket. The compass in her other hand spun once more, then settled on the symbol of the book. This time the needle led her out the back door, into the garden where the last of the autumn leaves rustled underfoot. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and wood smoke from a neighbor's chimney. At the far end of the garden stood a small, slightly crooked tool shed, its red paint faded to a soft rose. Clara had always been a little afraid of the shed. It was dark and full of spider webs. But Pippin purred and nudged her ankle, and the compass felt warm and steady in her hand. She pushed the creaking door open. Inside it was dim and smelled of potting soil and old wood. A single sunbeam cut through a dusty window, illuminating floating specks of dust. The compass pointed to a shelf cluttered with flower pots and trowels. There, tucked behind a bag of peat moss, was a book bound in dark green leather. Its title was stamped in faded gold, the language of roots and rain. As Clara pulled it free, a shower of dried lavender petals fluttered to the floor. PFFFT. The sound was soft as a sigh. "I wondered when someone would find that," said a rumbling, earthy voice. From behind a stack of clay pots emerged a badger, his fur silver-tipped and his eyes kind. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles on his nose and carried a walking stick made of a gnarled root. "Bartholomew," he said, by way of introduction. "Head librarian of the garden." Clara was too surprised to be frightened. You can talk." "Everything in a garden can talk, my dear," said Bartholomew, adjusting his spectacles. "You just have to learn how to listen. The rustle of the leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the plink of a raindrop on a leaf, it's all a conversation. That book will teach you, but first you must pass a test." "A test?" Clara's voice was a whisper. "Patience," said the badger. "The most important lesson any gardener, or any person, can learn. You must sit here in this shed and listen. When you hear what the garden is trying to tell you, you will know what to do next." So Clara sat on an upturned bucket, Pippin in her lap, and listened. At first she heard only the obvious, the drip 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 of water from the gutter, the distant clang of a wind chime from a nearby porch, the rustle of Pippin's purr. She fidgeted. She looked at the compass, but its needle was still. Bartholomew sat as still as a statue, his eyes closed. Then slowly she began to hear more. She heard the soft creak of the old apple tree, stretching its branches in the wind. She heard the faint skitter-scatter of a beetle making its way across the dirt floor. She heard the almost silent shush of a spider weaving its web in the corner. And underneath it all she heard a low, thrumming hum, the sound of the earth itself, alive and breathing. It was a song of waiting. A song about seeds sleeping underground, about bulbs storing up energy for the spring, about the quiet promise that rest is not idleness, but preparation. "I hear it," Clara said, her voice full of wonder. "It's a lullaby." Bartholomew opened his eyes and smiled. Exactly so, you have passed. The garden trusts you now. He tapped his walking stick on the floor, and a loose floorboard near Clara's feet shifted with a soft crick-crack. Beneath it was a small cavity, and inside that cavity was a pair of tiny, silver spectacles, just like Bartholomew's. These will help you see the connections, the badger said. How the rain nourishes the soil, how the bees help the flowers, how kindness given returns in its own time. Put them on. Clara did. The world didn't change drastically, but it deepened. She could see faint, shimmering threads of light connecting the flower pot to the bag of soil, the soil to the earth outside, the earth to the distant, rain-heavy clouds. It was a web of gentle interdependence. Thanking Bartholomew, she stepped back out into the garden, the spectacles perched on her nose and the compass in her hand. The needle had moved again. Now it pointed to the key. This journey led her back into the house, up the stairs, and to the door of her mother's study. The room was tidy but felt still and lonely. The compass led her to the desk, its needle pointing directly at the small, locked drawer where her mother kept her most private letters. Clara didn't have the key. She felt a flicker of frustration. This was a journey of courage, not of miles, but this lock felt like a solid, unmovable wall. She sat in her mother's chair, the worn leather sighing beneath her. Pippin jumped onto the desk and batted at a stray sunbeam. What would the garden do? She thought. It would be patient. It would find another way. She looked through the spectacles. A shimmering thread of light, faint but persistent, connected the locked drawer to a painting on the wall, a watercolor of a robin on a branch. Clara got up and carefully lifted the painting from its hook. Taped to the back was a small brass key. Her hands trembled as she fitted it into the lock. Click. The drawer slid open. Inside there were no earth-shattering secrets, only a stack of envelopes tied with a blue ribbon. On top was one addressed to her. She opened it. "My dearest Clara," it began. "If you are reading this, it means you've been very clever and very brave. I'm so proud of you. I miss you more than words can say. Sometimes when I'm away, I look at the moon and know you're looking at it too, and that makes the distance feel a little smaller. Be kind to grandmother. Listen to the garden. And remember that all the love I have for you is right here, in this house, waiting for me to come home to it." Tears welled in Clara's eyes, but they were happy tears. The lonely feeling in her chest softened and warmed, replaced by the sure knowledge of her mother's love. It had been here all along, waiting for her to find it. She folded the letter, tucked it into her pocket with the recipe, and went back downstairs. The fire was still crackling, and Grandmother Alara was still knitting, the needles going click-clack in their peaceful rhythm. "You found what you needed," Grandmother said, not as a question, but as a statement. Clara nodded, curling up on the rug next to Pippin, who immediately resumed his rumbling purr. She looked at the compass in her hand. The needle was still, pointing at no symbol at all. Its work was done. The journey was over. She hadn't traveled far, but she had navigated the landscape of her own heart. She had faced a small fear in a dusty shed, practiced patience on an upturned bucket, and found the cleverness to open a locked drawer. And at every step she had been helped by kind voices, a purring cat, a wise grandmother, a scholarly badger. Outside, the rain had softened to a gentle pitter-patter. A distant church bell told the hour, its sound muted and cozy. The fire popped and settled. Clara felt the warmth of the flames on her face, the weight of Pippin on her feet, and the comforting presence of her grandmother in the chair. She placed the heart's compass on the mantelpiece, where its mother-of-pearl face caught the firelight and glowed. It was an ordinary object that had revealed an extraordinary secret, that the greatest adventures are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that everything you truly need is often waiting, quietly, right where you are, if only you have the courage to look. And as she drifted off to sleep there on the rug, the sounds of the cozy house wrapped around her like a soft, familiar blanket, telling her without words that she was, and always would be, home. Story 14. The village of Stillwater was a place where the extraordinary happened so quietly, you might miss it if you blinked. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river sometimes flowed upstream just for the fun of it, and where the flowers in the meadow changed color with the mood of the weather, life was a soft, continuous hum of gentle magic. The village clock tower, with its silver bells that chimed on the quarter hour, kept a rhythm so steady that the swallows nested in its eaves timed their flights by it. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished river stones sang from every porch, and a soft, constant rain, more a mist than a shower, kissed the slate roofs and cobblestone lanes, making everything glisten in the lantern light. It was in this village that a young woman named Alara kept the Starlight Archive, a cozy circular building with a domed glass roof through which you could watch the constellations wheel through the night. Alara was the village stargazer, map mender, and keeper of old rhymes. She knew the names of every star and the stories behind every pattern they drew in the heavens. Her days were spent polishing lenses, mending torn maps with spider silk thread, and humming the old nursery rhymes her grandmother had taught her. The peculiar happening began on an evening when the misty rain was particularly musical, tapping a gentle rhythm against the window panes. Alara was rolling up a star chart when old Finn, the clockmaker, hurried in, his usually calm face creased with worry. "The stars," he said, breathless. "They are dimming." Alara followed him outside. He was right. The great tapestry of the night sky, usually so brilliantly sharp, looked faded, as though a veil of finest gauze had been drawn over it. The familiar constellations, the shepherd, the silver hare, the bridge of glass, were faint, their shapes blurring at the edges. A soft murmur of concern rustled through the village like a breeze through leaves. The next morning, the second peculiarity was discovered by young Liam, who delivered fresh milk from his family's cows. He found that the clock tower's bells were chiming backwards. Instead of the familiar ascending notes that marked the hours, they now rang in a slow, descending scale. The village, so attuned to its rhythms, felt subtly off balance, as though the world had taken a soft, unexpected breath. The third oddity was found in Alara's own garden. Her moon-petal flowers, which normally glowed a soft, steady silver, were now shifting through a spectrum of confused colors, flashing briefly green, then pink, then a murky brown, as if they couldn't remember who they were. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. A quiet, collective curiosity settled over Stillwater. What could be causing this gentle chaos? Alara knew that such happenings were rarely accidents. They were messages, puzzles woven into the fabric of their world. She began her investigation not with haste, but with quiet observation. She walked the dewy lanes at dawn, listening. She sat in the meadow as the color-changing flowers blinked uncertainly. She spent her nights in the archive, the dome open above her, watching the faded stars. The first clue came from a nursery rhyme, one so old most had forgotten it. It was hummed by the village baker, Anya, as she kneaded her dough, a habit she'd had since childhood. When the shepherd loses his sheep, and the bells forget to keep, when the colors lose their sleep, find the heart buried deep. Alara's ears pricked up. The shepherd was a constellation, now grown faint. The bells were chiming backwards. The flowers had lost their true color. It was a perfect match. The rhyme spoke of a heart buried deep. But what heart? And where? This launched the village on its first red herring. Old maps of Stillwater, some drawn on pressed leaves, others on tan deerskin, were pulled from chests and attics. Many showed a place called the Heartwood, an ancient, massive oak tree in the center of the forest. Surely the heart was buried there. A cheerful expedition was formed. They packed honey cakes and apple cider and followed the oldest map, drawn by the village's founder. The journey was a delight. They discovered a grove of trees with bark that felt like warm velvet, and a stream where the pebbles at the bottom hummed when the sunlight hit them just right. When they reached the heartwood, they found not a buried heart, but a hollow in its trunk filled with glowing, golden sap that smelled of cinnamon and memories. It was a wonderful, magical discovery. The sap, when collected in small vials, could mend broken pottery so perfectly the cracks turned to golden veins, but it was not the solution to their puzzle. Back in the village, the stars continued to dim. The bells chimed their melancholy reverse song, and the flowers flickered in confusion. Alara returned to her archive, feeling she had missed something. She spread a clean, blank piece of parchment on her desk and began to draw the night sky as it was now, marking the relative brightness of each star. As she connected the dots, a new, fainter pattern emerged, one she had never seen in any of her books. It was a simple shape, like a lopsided cup or a half-open flower. She then remembered another fragment, an old rhyme about the stars that her grandmother used to whisper at bedtime. The chalice hidden holds the light, guarded well from endless night, not in earth nor stone nor wood, but in the place of understood. The new constellation was the chalice. The heart wasn't a physical object buried in the ground, it was a metaphorical one. The place of understood. Where was that? For days, Alara pondered this. She watched the villagers. She saw how they paused to listen to the backwards chimes, a slight frown of concentration on their faces. She saw how they gently touched the confused flowers, speaking soft, reassuring words to them. She saw how, each night, they would all gather in the square, looking up at the dimming sky not with worry, but with a shared, determined affection for their home. And then she understood. The place of understood was not a location on a map. It was a state of being. It was the shared heart of the community, the empathy and connection they all felt for each other and for their magical home. The peculiar happenings weren't a problem to be solved by digging something up. They were a symptom. The heart of Stillwater, its collective warmth, its shared wonder, was fading just a little. The village had been so busy enjoying its individual wonders, they had forgotten to tend to the collective one. The backwards bells were a call to listen more carefully to each other. The dimming stars were a reminder to look up together. The confused flowers were a sign that the village's own identity needed reaffirmation. That evening, as the silver bells of the clock tower chimed their descending scale, Alara went to the village square. She didn't bring a tool or a map. She brought a story. She stood under the faint stars and began to tell the tale of the Chalice constellation, a story of a celestial cup that held the combined starlight of a community that cared for one another. One by one, the villagers gathered. They listened. And then, inspired, they began to share their own stories. Finn told of the day he first heard the clock tower's chime. Anya recounted the secret of her perfect crust. Liam described the feeling of cool morning grass under his bare feet. They shared memories, hopes, and small, kind observations about one another. As they spoke, a soft, warm light began to grow in the center of the square. It wasn't a fire, but a collective, gentle glow that rose from the villagers themselves, from their shared laughter and quiet understanding. It rose into the air, a swirling, tender luminescence, and drifted up towards the faded chalice in the sky. As the glow touched the constellation, the stars of the chalice began to brighten. One by one they shone with their former brilliance, and as they did, the light spread, washing over the entire night sky until every constellation was sharp and clear and glorious once more. At that moment the clock tower's bells rang out, the proper, ascending chime, clear and true. The sound washed over the village, and everyone felt the world settle back into its rightful rhythm. In Alara's garden, the moon-petal flowers sighed a collective breath and settled into their steady, reassuring silver glow. The mystery was solved. The heart of Stillwater had been buried not in the earth, but under the gentle busyness of daily life. By coming together, by sharing and listening, they had dug it up and held it to the light. From that night on, the village instituted a weekly listening hour, where they would gather simply to be together, to tell stories, and to watch the stars. The peculiar happenings ceased, but the delightful discoveries remained. The humming stream, the golden mending sap, and a deeper, warmer connection between every soul in Stillwater. And as the gentle rain pattered on the roofs and the wind chimes sang their soft, random songs, the village of Stillwater slept more peacefully than ever, knowing that the truest magic was not in the stars or the flowers, but in the quiet, caring heart they nurtured together, a heart that would never be lost again. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf. They were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kalen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kalen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kalen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kalen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kalen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kalen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kalen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kalen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent, how does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kalen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kalen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kalen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kalen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kaelin, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kaelin made his way back to his den as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so, saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kaelin drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kaelin was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kaelin himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kaelin, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kaelin extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kaelin used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kaelin noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her and, wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kaelin's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kaelin, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kaelin, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kaelin using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kaelin's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kaelin's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streak past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kaelin let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kaelin's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kaelin and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kaelin's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Anya who often felt as though she carried a small, cold space inside her chest. While other children laughed and played in the sun-dappled meadows, Anya would often wander alone, her footsteps quiet as falling leaves, her eyes always searching for something she could not name. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the sky turned the color of bruised plums, Anya sat by her window watching the first stars appear. A peculiar restlessness stirred within her, a feeling like a moth fluttering against glass. She slipped from her house and followed a path she had never taken before, one that led away from the warm glow of cottage windows and into the embrace of the ancient forest that bordered the village. The trees stood like silent guardians, their branches weaving patterns against the deepening blue of the sky. Anya walked until the village sounds faded completely, replaced by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly watch. Just as the darkness became nearly complete, she noticed something extraordinary, a faint, pulsing glow coming from between the roots of a great oak tree. Kneeling, she discovered a plant unlike any she had ever seen. Its leaves were velvety soft and dark as midnight, but from its center bloomed a flower that seemed woven from captured starlight. Each petal shimmered with a gentle, rhythmic pulse, casting soft patterns of light upon the surrounding moss. As Anya reached out hesitantly, the flower's glow brightened slightly, as if in recognition. "Hello, little one," she whispered, her breath forming silvery clouds in the cool air. Carefully, so carefully, she cupped the blossom in her hands. To her astonishment, it detached easily from its stem, resting in her palm like a living ember. Its light pulsed warmly against her skin, and as she held it, the peculiar coldness in her chest began to fade, replaced by a sensation not unlike sipping hot tea on a winter's morning. With the glowing flower cradled in her hands, Anya noticed something else, a path she was certain hadn't been there moments before. It was bordered by mushrooms that gave off their own soft bioluminescence, creating a winding trail deeper into the forest. The starflower in her hands pulsed a little brighter, as if encouraging her forward. And so her journey began. The path led her through parts of the forest that felt both familiar and utterly strange. Ancient trees stood with bark that seemed to shift and change in the flower's light, sometimes appearing as ordinary oak and maple, other times looking like silver-barked sentinels from a forgotten age. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Anya emerged into a clearing where the moonlight fell in silvery pools. At the center stood a creature that made her catch her breath, a great fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Between its paws rested a small, intricately carved box that seemed to be made of polished moonstone. "You found the star nettle," the fox said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. Few can even see it, let alone have it respond to their touch. Anya, though startled, found she wasn't afraid. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a key," the fox replied, "and a guide. It responds to those who carry emptiness within them, not because they are lacking, but because they have space for wonder." The fox nudged the moonstone box forward. "This contains something that has been lost for many turnings of the seasons. The star nettle has chosen you to help return it." Anya opened the box to find a single, perfect feather that shimmered with all the colors of the aurora. As she lifted it, the feather seemed to weigh nothing at all, yet she could feel its importance humming in the air around them. "The forest of whispers is fading," the fox explained sadly. "The memory of magic is slipping away like sand through fingers. This feather belongs to the guardian of the northern lights who has slept too long. Without its return, the balance between worlds will tip, and this forest, and all the magic it contains, will fade into ordinary woods." The fox explained that the journey would take her to the northern meadows, where the sky touched the earth. She would need to follow the star nettle's glow, which would brighten as she drew closer to her destination. There would be challenges, the fox warned, not of monsters or dark forces, but of doubt and loneliness. And so Anya set out, the star nettle pulsing in one hand, the feather resting safely in her pocket. The forest seemed to shift around her, paths appearing and disappearing according to some ancient design known only to the woods themselves. The first night, as she curled beneath the roots of a sheltering tree, Anya discovered the star nettle's second gift. When held close, it emitted a warmth that kept the autumn chill at bay. As she drifted to sleep, the flower's light played across her closed eyelids, and she dreamed of dancing lights in faraway skies. Her journey continued through landscapes that blurred the line between dream and reality. She crossed streams where the water sang soft lullabies as it flowed over smooth stones. She passed through groves where the trees whispered stories of ages long past, their voices like the creaking of old rocking chairs. Sometimes the path would fade and doubt would creep into Anya's mind. What was she doing, a child alone in an enchanted forest? But then the star nettle would pulse reassuringly, and a new path would reveal itself, marked by glowing mushrooms or fireflies that danced in deliberate patterns. After 3 days of travel, Anya came to a place where the forest grew quiet, too quiet. The usual rustlings and chirpings had faded away, leaving only the sound of her own breathing. Before her stretched a bridge made of woven vines and ancient wood, arching over a ravine so deep she couldn't see the bottom. The bridge looked fragile, swaying gently in the breeze. The star nettle's glow dimmed slightly. Anya's heart beat faster. She thought of turning back, of finding another way around. But as she peered into the gloom of the ravine, she realized there was no other path. The forest pressed in tightly on both sides, leaving the bridge as the only way forward. Taking a deep breath, she placed one foot on the bridge. It creaked ominously but held. Step by careful step, she made her way across, her hands gripping the vine railings tightly. Halfway across, a wind rose up from the ravine, causing the bridge to sway more violently. The star nettle slipped from her nervous fingers, tumbling down into the darkness below. No, Anya cried, her voice small against the vastness. For a moment she stood frozen, her heart aching with loss. The warmth that had comforted her was gone, and the familiar coldness began to creep back into her chest. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had failed. Without the star nettle, how would she find her way? How would she complete her task? But then she remembered the feather in her pocket. She took it out, and though it gave no light, holding it made her feel slightly better. She thought of the great fox's words, that the star nettle had chosen her not because she was fearless, but because she had space for wonder. Perhaps it had chosen her because she knew what it was to feel loss, and thus understood the importance of what she was trying to restore. Steeling herself, Anya continued across the bridge, one careful step at a time. When she finally reached the other side, she collapsed onto the soft moss, breathing heavily. She was safe, but alone in the deepening dark without her guiding light. As night fell completely, Anya noticed something. Though the star nettle was gone, the memory of its warmth lingered in her hands. And when she held the feather to her heart, she realized that the courage she had found to cross the bridge had come from within herself, not from the magical flower. It was then that she heard a soft sound, a faint pulsing glow coming from further down the path. Hurrying forward, she found the star nettle resting gently on a bed of moss, completely unharmed. It glowed brighter than ever as she approached, as if it had known she would find her way to it. Tears of relief filled Anya's eyes as she carefully picked up the flower. "You came back," she whispered. The star nettle pulsed warmly in response, and Anya understood. The magic wasn't just in the flower. It was in her connection to it, in her willingness to continue even when afraid. Days turned into weeks as Anya journeyed northward. The air grew colder, and the first snowflakes began to dance in the air. The forest changed around her, the trees becoming slender white birches that stood like bones against the gray sky. The star nettle's glow grew stronger with each passing day, its light reflecting off the frost that coated every surface. One evening, as the northern lights began to shimmer overhead like curtains of emerald and violet, Anya emerged from the forest into a wide meadow blanketed in snow. At the far end stood a magnificent creature, a great bird with feathers that shimmered with the same otherworldly light as the aurora above. But the bird stood motionless, its eyes closed, as if trapped in an enchanted sleep. This was the guardian. Anya approached slowly, the star nettle glowing so brightly now that it cast no shadow. She could feel the feather in her pocket humming in recognition. As she drew near, she saw that the guardian looked weary, even in sleep. Its magnificent plumage seemed dimmed, and its breathing was shallow. Remembering the moonstone box, Anya took out the feather. The moment it left her pocket, it floated upward as if caught by an invisible breeze, then gently drifted down to rejoin the guardian's plumage. Where it settled, a soft light spread through the bird's feathers, like warmth returning to cold hands. The guardian's eyes fluttered open, eyes that contained entire galaxies within their depths. It regarded Anya with ancient knowing, then bowed its great head in gratitude. "Thank you, child of the mortal world," its voice echoed in her mind, gentle as falling snow. The forgetting had almost taken me completely. As the guardian stretched its wings, the northern lights above flared into brilliant life, dancing with renewed energy. Colors Anya had never seen before, impossible colors that existed only in dreams, swirled across the sky. The very air seemed to sparkle with renewed magic. "The balance is restored," the guardian said. "Because of your courage, the forest of whispers will remember itself. The magic will flow again." Anya felt the cold space inside her chest fill completely, not with magic, but with a deep sense of peace and connection. She had found what she hadn't known she was searching for. The journey home was different. The forest seemed brighter, more alive. Trees she passed seemed to lean slightly toward her, as if in gratitude. Animals she had never seen before, creatures of light and shadow, peeked out from behind trees before disappearing again. The star nettle's glow gradually dimmed as they neared the village, its job complete. When she reached the great oak where she had first found the flower, it pulsed one last time before floating from her hands and reattaching itself to its stem. The glow faded until it was just an ordinary-looking plant once more, though Anya knew the magic was still there, waiting for the next person who needed to find it. The great fox was waiting for her at the forest's edge. "You have done what few could," it said, its autumn-colored fur blending with the falling leaves. "The forest remembers you now. Whenever you need its comfort, it will welcome you." Anya returned to her village as the first true snow began to fall, blanketing the world in soft white. She slipped back into her house and into her bed without waking anyone. As she drifted to sleep, she could still see the northern lights dancing behind her closed eyelids. The next morning and in the days that followed, Anya seemed changed to those who knew her. The quiet sadness that had often clouded her eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet knowing. She still enjoyed her solitary walks in the woods, but now she moved with purpose, as if sharing secrets with the trees. On clear winter nights, when the northern lights were particularly bright, Anya would sometimes slip away to the forest's edge. There she would often see a flash of autumn-colored fur or hear a voice like rustling leaves, and she would know that the magic she had helped save was thriving. And sometimes, when she placed her hand against the bark of certain ancient trees, she could feel a faint, familiar warmth pulsing within, the memory of magic and of a journey that had transformed not just a forest, but a young girl who had discovered that the greatest magic often lies not in extraordinary things, but in the ordinary courage to care for them. As the years passed, Anya became the village storyteller, sharing tales of enchanted forests and northern lights with wide-eyed children. She never spoke of her own journey, but sometimes, when telling particularly magical stories, her hands would cradle an invisible warmth, and those listening would feel an unexplained sense of peace settle over them. On the night she became a grandmother for the first time, as she held her newborn grandchild by the fireplace, Anya noticed a familiar pulsing glow coming from the window. Outside, nestled in the snow, was the star nettle, glowing gently, as if to welcome the new life into a world that still held magic for those who knew how to look for it. And as the baby's eyes fluttered closed in sleep, Anya began to whisper a story of enchanted forests and gentle foxes, of bridges that required courage to cross, and of lights that danced in faraway skies. Her voice wove a tapestry of warmth and wonder that wrapped around the sleeping child like a blanket, ensuring that the magic would continue, passed down through stories and through hearts brave enough to believe in them. Outside, the northern lights danced in celebration, their colors reflected in the falling snow, while deep in the forest, a great fox smiled beneath the ancient trees, knowing that the magic was safe for another generation. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, a star nettle pulsed gently, waiting for the next heart that needed its light. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her, probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined Great-Aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now, it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song, but the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid, welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather. But it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the Glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the Glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The Glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. In a valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His world was one of quiet routines, of helping his grandmother tend their small garden and listening to the old stories she would tell by the hearth each evening. But Kalen often felt a peculiar emptiness, a quiet yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if a part of him was waiting, like a seed buried deep in winter soil, for a warmth it could not yet feel. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kalen's grandmother placed a small, smooth stone in his palm. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple gray river stone, cool to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice soft as the wool of her shawl. "He called it an embark stone. He said it held a memory of light." Kalen turned the stone over in his hand. It felt inert, just a rock. But that night, as he lay in his bed, a sliver of moonlight fell across the windowsill where he had placed it. And in the heart of the stone, a faint, warm glow began to pulse, soft and rhythmic, like a sleeping creature's breath. A gentle heat radiated from it, not enough to burn, but enough to comfort, like a sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. He fell asleep watching its gentle thrum, and for the first time in a long while, his dreams were not of searching, but of a soft, golden light. The next morning the stone was cold and gray once more. But the memory of its glow stayed with Kalen, a quiet ember in his mind. He began to carry the stone with him, tucked safely in his pocket. Days turned into weeks, and the stone remained dormant, a silent companion. Yet Kalen found himself noticing more, the way the morning dew caught the light on a spider's web, the intricate pattern of frost on a leaf, the comforting scent of wood smoke that always clung to his grandmother's clothes. His world, once simple, began to feel deeper, richer, as if he were seeing it through a new, softer lens. Then, on an afternoon when the world was hushed under a thick blanket of mist, Kalen followed the path that led into the ancient willow woods at the edge of the valley. The air was cool and damp, filled with the rich, earthy smell of decaying leaves and wet bark. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, until the familiar path faded into a world of soft, gray silence. He was lost. A small panic began to flutter in his chest. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the embark stone. Almost instinctively, he whispered into the quiet, "I wish I knew the way." And in the palm of his hand, the stone began to warm. The faint, golden glow returned, pulsing softly. It was not a beacon, but a gentle suggestion. He held it out before him, and as he took a tentative step forward, the glow seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Another step, and it dimmed. He changed direction, and the soft light grew stronger again. Guided by this quiet, pulsing light, Kalen ventured deeper into the woods. The mist began to change, too. It was no longer a cold, gray veil, but now swirled with hints of color, pale gold and the faintest blush of rose. The air grew warmer, carrying new scents, honeyed nectar and blooming night flowers. The sounds of the ordinary woods, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 distant bees singing a lullaby. He stepped through a curtain of hanging ivy, and the world transformed. He stood at the edge of a hidden glen he had never seen before, a place that seemed woven from magic and twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light. Willows with silver leaves wept glowing pollen that drifted lazily on the warm air like tiny stars. In the center of the glen, a stream gurgled not with water, but with what looked like liquid amber, flowing slowly and emitting a soothing, honey-sweet warmth. This was the Glimmer Glen, a secret heart of the world, pulsing with a gentle, ancient life. And there, sitting by the amber stream, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a smoldering autumn fire, shades of russet and copper that seemed to shift in the soft light. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but deep and knowing, the color of melted chocolate, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kalen at ease. Most astonishing of all, from the tip of its bushy tail wafted a soft, shimmering smoke that curled and danced in the air, forming intricate, fleeting patterns before dissolving into nothingness. The fox did not startle. It simply turned its head and regarded Kalen with a calm curiosity. "Hello," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. The fox dipped its head in a graceful nod. "You found your way," it said, its voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed gently in Kalen's mind. It was a warm, raspy voice, like the rustle of dry leaves. The Emberstone remembers the path for those who have forgotten. "You can talk?" Kalen asked, though it felt a silly question in such a place. In a manner of speaking, the fox replied, a hint of amusement in its mental tone. "Here thoughts are clearer, less noisy. I am Fable." Thus began an unexpected friendship. Kalen visited the Glimmer Glen whenever he could, guided by the now reliably glowing Emberstone. Fable became his guide and his friend. The fox showed him the wonders of the hidden glen, the fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, the pools where the light pooled so thickly you could almost scoop it up in your hands, the ancient wise badger who spoke in riddles and whose fur was tangled with living moss. But Fable also shared a gentle mystery. The smoke from his tail, he explained, was not just for show. It was a reflection of the Glimmer Glen's spirit. Lately, however, the patterns had become faint, the smoke thin and wispy. The light from the mushrooms seemed dimmer, the hum of the glen quieter. "The heart of this place is a great luminy tree," Fable explained one evening as they sat by the amber stream. The smoke from his tail formed a sad, drooping spiral. "Its roots drink from the stream of light, and its branches hold the sky in this place. But its light is fading, we do not know why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmer Glen. The paths to your world will close, and this place will sleep, perhaps forever." Kalen's own heart felt heavy. This place of warmth and gentle magic, this friendship that had warmed the lonely corners of his soul, was in peril. "There must be something we can do," he said, the Emberstone in his pocket feeling warm against his leg, as if in agreement. Fable looked at him, his deep eyes thoughtful. "The old stories say the lumini does not fade from lack of light, but from lack of memory. It needs to be reminded of what it is. It needs stories, true stories filled with feeling. But our stories here are all the same now, echoes of the same old magic. We need a story from the outside, a new kind of light." Kalen understood. The mystery was not one to be solved with strength or cleverness, but with heart. He had to find the lumini tree and offer it a story. But what story did he have? His life was small and quiet. He was just a boy from the valley. The journey to the center of the Glimmer Glen was not long, but it was profound. Fable led the way, his smoky tail leaving a faint, shimmering trail for Kalen to follow. They walked through whispering grasses that sighed stories of the wind, past silent stones that held the memories of ancient times. The air grew thicker with the scent of nostalgia and sweet decay, and the light, while still beautiful, had a melancholy, twilight quality. And then they saw it. The lumine tree was immense, its bark smooth and pale like pearl. Its leaves were not green, but were made of captured starlight, and they should have been blazing like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Now they flickered weakly, and many had turned a dull gray and fallen to the ground, where they dissolved into faint motes of light. The great tree looked tired and sorrowful. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a hollow that pulsed with a slow, faint rhythm, the tree's fading heartbeat. Kalen approached, feeling small and insignificant before the sleeping giant. He knelt by the hollow. He didn't know any grand tales of heroes or epic battles. He only knew his own small life. So he began to speak. He told the tree about the valley. He described the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded bread dough, the taste of sun-warmed strawberries from their garden. He spoke of the feeling of cool mud between his toes by the creek, and the safe, enveloping darkness of his bed at night. He talked about the emptiness he used to feel, and the day his grandmother gave him the stone. He pulled the ember stone from his pocket. It was glowing brightly now, its light a steady, warm gold. "And this," he said, his voice full of emotion, "this made me see it all. The emptiness wasn't because there was nothing there, but because I wasn't truly looking. My story isn't one of great adventures. It's a story of learning to see the light that was already there." As he spoke, pouring his simple, honest feelings into the words, the ember stone's glow intensified. It became a small sun in his hand, and a beam of warm, golden light streamed from it into the hollow at the base of the tree. The effect was immediate. The faint pulse within the tree quickened. A shiver ran through its great branches. One by one, the dull gray leaves began to shimmer, flushing with silver and gold. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, until the entire tree was ablaze with a soft, magnificent radiance. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, resonant glow that filled the entire Glimmer Glen, soaking into the very air and earth. The humming of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before. The amber stream bubbled with renewed energy, and the glowing mushrooms shone with a joyful intensity. The world was waking up. Fable brushed against Kalen's side, his fur warm. The smoke from his tail was now thick and vibrant, swirling into beautiful, complex patterns of joy and gratitude, swirling constellations and blooming flowers made of mist. "You reminded it," Fable's voice whispered in his mind, thick with emotion. "You reminded it that the smallest moments hold the greatest magic. Your story was the one it needed to remember its own." Kalen sat back, watching the lumine tree breathe light back into the world. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had not changed the world with a mighty deed. He had simply offered the truth of his own heart, and it had been enough. The emptiness inside him was gone, not because something missing had been found, but because he had finally learned how to see what had always been there. The journey back through the Glimmer Glen was a celebration. The path was now clear and bright, and the air was filled with the soft, chiming laughter of the flowers. When they reached the curtain of ivy that separated the glen from his own world, Kalen turned to Fable. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked. Fable nuzzled his hand. "The path is always open to you now," he said. "You carry its light inside you. You need only remember and wish to return." Kalen stepped through the ivy and found himself on the familiar path at the edge of the willow woods. The mist had lifted, and the late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows. The world looked the same, and yet completely different. He saw the beauty in the gnarled bark of the trees, heard the music in the chirping of the crickets, felt the history in the well-worn path beneath his feet. He was home, but he was changed. He had been transformed, not into someone new, but into more truly himself. That night by the crackling fireplace, his grandmother looked at him and smiled a knowing smile. "You found it," she said simply. Kalen nodded, pulling the ember stone from his pocket. it was no longer a dull, gray river stone. It was now a deep, translucent amber, and in its heart a tiny, eternal flame flickered peacefully, casting a soft, warm glow on his palm. "I did," he said. "I found the story." He told her everything. He described the Glimmer Glen, the amber stream, the wise and kind fable, and the great Lumini tree. He spoke not with the excitement of a great adventure, but with the quiet reverence of a cherished memory. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his story, her eyes reflecting the firelight and the light from the stone. When he finished, the room was quiet except for the gentle pop and crackle of the fire. The emberstone's glow seemed to sync with the flames, pulsing slowly and contentedly. "The light was never in the stone, my dear," his grandmother said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow. "It was always in you. The stone was just a mirror waiting for you to look into it." Kalen knew she was right. He curled his fingers around the warm stone, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He was no longer a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a boy who knew how to find the magic in the everyday, who carried a hidden world of warmth inside him, and who had a friend in a fox made of smoke and stories. He went to bed that night, placing the glowing emberstone on his windowsill. As he drifted to sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or distant lands. He was thinking of the sound of the fire downstairs, the feel of his woolen blanket, the scent of pine drifting through his window, and the simple, profound joy of a story shared. The gentle light from the stone pulsed softly, a silent lullaby of warmth and peace, guiding him into dreams of silver leaves and honeyed streams, and a friendship that would warm his heart for all the days to come. And in that perfect, peaceful resolution, he slipped into a deep and restful sleep, his world finally and completely aglow. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kalen and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kalen, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kalen nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kalen remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around. Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud and trying to make anything new happen. He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. The whispering glade, Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours. The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach, venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kalen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. Listen, she murmured. Not just with your ears, feel the forest breathe. As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. All right, Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. What do I do? Just be, Mara suggested. Let the glade feel you as you feel it. Kalen plopped down onto the moss. Yeah, maybe try not trying. Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds. The rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. It sees you, Silas, Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. It shows you what you feel. Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Sela's like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Sela still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Sela's didn't become like Kalen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Sela's felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Sela stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kalen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kalen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Sela smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sela's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dew-keeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewel's daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch. But it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is. Show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone, The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care more than before. She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost. Rowan looked at the 2 remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could. She looked at the dew lens. And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin. A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dewkeeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. And I offer my threads, she resonated. When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do. She gestured towards the path leading out. Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight. The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift, a tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely, a dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light, and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the Dew Keeper, and Arinia, the Weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come, bright and jeweled. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose currents spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. So many questions, but no answers fit, she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper. Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. You woke me not with force, it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done. The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. Plant these where shadows kiss the light, whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. In the quiet heart of the whispering woods, nestled in a gentle valley where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with mossy roofs, where the air always smelled of damp earth and baking bread, and where the gentle, rhythmic chimes of the village clock tower marked the hours with a soft, melodic cadence. Every evening as dusk settled, the villagers would light their firefly lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that danced in harmony with the shadows. It was a peaceful place, a haven of harmony, until the peculiar happenings began. It started subtly, as such things often do. An elderly weaver named Rowan was the first to notice. Each night she would sit by her open window to stitch by the light of the North Star, her constant and faithful companion. But one evening, as she threaded her needle, she found the sky above her cottage emptier. The North Star, her steadfast guide, had vanished. Not a cloud obscured it, it was simply gone. She mentioned it the next morning at the village bakery, where the baker, a young woman named Hazel with kind eyes and a curious mind, listened intently while kneading dough infused with cinnamon and honey. then other oddities surfaced. The village's oldest sundial, standing in the central square, began casting its shadow in reverse as the sun journeyed west to east. The luminous moonflowers that bloomed only at night now shimmered in shifting hues, soft violet at dusk, then pale green by midnight and silver by dawn. And a soft, continuous rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle mist that made the cobblestones gleam and the leaves glisten, its patter a constant, soothing rhythm in the background. The villagers murmured, their curiosity piqued but their hearts unafraid. They were people of the woods, accustomed to small magics, but this felt different, a mystery woven into the very fabric of their home. Hazel, whose empathy was as finely tuned as her observation, decided to investigate. She didn't rush or demand answers. Instead, she watched, listened, and pondered. She began by visiting Rowan, bringing a loaf of fresh honey-oat bread. As they sat by the crackling hearth, Rowan recalled an old nursery rhyme her own grandmother used to sing. When the star that points the way fades and quietly slips away, seek the map the sky once knew. In silver light make all anew. Hazel tucked the rhyme into her memory like a precious seed. A map in the sky, perhaps the constellations held a clue. That evening, wrapped in a woolen shawl, Hazel climbed the gentle hill behind her bakery, where an ancient stone circle stood. From there the sky unfolded like a vast, dark tapestry, embroidered with stars. But as she gazed up, she noticed more than the missing North Star. The familiar patterns seemed rearranged. The great bear's tail curved differently, the swan's wings were tilted. It was as if the sky itself had been gently shaken, and the stars had settled into new positions. She sketched what she saw on a piece of parchment, her lines unsure. The next day she visited the village archivist, a gentle badger named Thistle who lived in a cozy burrow lined with books and scrolls. Thistle, upon comparing Hazel's sketch to an old star chart, confirmed her suspicion. The stars hadn't vanished, they had moved. But why? Another clue came from the sundial. Hazel noticed that the shadow it cast backward pointed directly toward the oldest tree in the Whispering Woods, the grandfather oak, whose gnarled branches stretched high above the canopy. Perhaps it was a sign. Venturing into the woods, the gentle rain pattering on the broad leaves above her, Hazel followed the reversed shadow's path. The forest was alive with ambient sounds, the distant tone of the clock tower marking the hour, wind chimes hanging from branches tinkling in the breeze, and the soft crunch of her boots on damp moss. Under the grandfather oak she found something unexpected, not an answer, but a red herring that led to a delightful discovery. A family of squirrels had nested in the hollow of the tree, and they'd collected an assortment of shiny objects, a lost locket, a silver button, and a small, polished stone that glowed with a faint inner light. The stone, Hazel realized with a smile, was a sunstone, capable of storing daylight. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it would make a wonderful night light for the village children. Returning to the village, Hazel shared her findings. The villagers, intrigued, began helping. An elderly potter remembered another fragment of a rhyme. When time flows back and shadows stray, find the key at close of day. Where colors shift and dreams take flight, weave the threads to restore the light. The colors shift clearly referred to the moonflowers. Hazel and a few others spent an evening in the moonflower garden, watching the blossoms change hue. They noticed that the flowers didn't change randomly. They followed a pattern, violet to green to silver, and each color corresponded to a different phase of the moon that wasn't visible through the gentle rain clouds. It was as if the flowers were reflecting a sky that they could no longer see. Another red herring emerged when the village clock tower chimed 13 times at midnight. The villagers rushed to the square, thinking it a major clue, only to find that a family of owls had built a nest in the clock mechanism, and their movements had triggered an extra chime. It wasn't part of the mystery, but the owls were so charming that everyone agreed to let them stay, and the clock's gentle mender adjusted the mechanism to accommodate them. Hazel, piecing together the rhymes and her observations, began to understand. The stars moving, time flowing backward, colors shifting. It was as if the natural order of Starlight Hollow was gently unraveling, like a tapestry with loose threads. And the rhyme spoke of weaving threads and making things anew. She recalled one final nursery rhyme, the oldest of all, sung to children at bedtime. The loom of heaven weaves the night, with silver thread and golden light. If threads fall loose or patterns stray, the weaver's heart will show the way. The loom of heaven, it was a legend, a mythical tapestry said to be woven by the first villagers to keep the harmony of the world intact. It was said to be hidden where the earth and sky met, guarded by silent sentinels. Where could that be? Hazel looked toward the highest point in the valley, the Starlight Peak, where the ruins of the first village watchtower stood. It was a place where the sky felt close enough to touch. Gathering the villagers, Hazel led a gentle procession up the path to the peak. The rain had softened to a mist, and the wind chimes they carried tinkled like fairy bells. At the summit within the old stone watchtower, they found it, the loom of heaven. It wasn't a physical loom, but a magical, shimmering weave of light suspended in the air, depicting the constellations, the flow of time, and the hues of the flowers, all connected by glimmering threads. But some threads had come loose. The thread of the North Star had slipped from its place, the thread of time was twisted, the thread of color was frayed. The loom was delicate, and over the centuries, its magic had weakened. Hazel understood then the true meaning of the rhymes. The weaver's heart wasn't a person, it was the collective heart of the community. The loom needed to be rewoven with shared intention, with empathy and unity. So, under the soft glow of the loom, the villagers gathered. Rowan, with her steady hands, gently guided the North Star's thread back into its constellation. The children, holding the glowing sunstone, focused on the thread of time, imagining it flowing true and steady. And Hazel, with the others, carefully smoothed the thread of color, visualizing the moonflowers returning to their natural cycle. As they worked together, their combined warmth and goodwill flowing into the loom, the threads brightened and tightened. High above, the stars slowly shifted back to their rightful places, the North Star gleaming once more over Rowan's cottage. The sundial's shadow returned to its proper path. The moonflowers settled into their soft, luminous white. And the gentle rain faded, leaving the air clean and fresh, with the clock tower chiming softly in the distance, marking the hour in perfect rhythm. The mystery was solved not by magic alone, but by observation, empathy, and the strength of community. The villagers descended the peak, their hearts light, their bonds deepened. They decided then to make tending the loom an annual tradition, a time to reaffirm their connections to each other and their home. And as the firefly lanterns were lit once more in Starlight Hollow, casting a cozy, golden light, Hazel sat by her bakery window, watching the now familiar stars twinkle in the clear night sky. The gentle sounds of the village, the clock tower, the wind chimes, the distant owl, wove together into a lullaby of peace. All was well, and the night held only sweet dreams and the quiet comfort of a mystery lovingly solved. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived two beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kalen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kaelin had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kaelin's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones. Neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kaelin glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kaelin's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kaelin's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kaelin would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kaelin would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kaelin's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kaelin glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kaelin, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kaelin noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kaelin dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kaelin understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional Harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kaelin, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kaelin responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kalen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kalen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kalen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kalen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonious song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kalen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kalen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. "HMPH," Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. It's Whiskers, he sobbed. My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere. Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent, and it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look. He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. Whiskers, Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, where is she? Help us find her. the watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here," Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. Never could get it to whistle properly. One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. "Listen," she urged. "Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel." Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. "Old tree sleeps deep," she whispered. "Very deep." Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, "Maps show the way, but not the why." The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm, but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys, he knew, weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. In the quiet folds of the Whispering Woods, nestled between two sleepy hills, there lay a village known as Starlight Hollow. Here the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of gentle footsteps, and the air always carried the faint scent of lavender and old books. Every evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village clock tower would chime 7 times, a sound as reliable as the North Star, and the lamplighters would begin their rounds, filling the streets with a soft, golden glow. But on this particular evening, something peculiar happened. It began with the stars. Finn, the village stargazer and mender of broken things, was the first to notice. Every night he would climb the winding stairs to his rooftop observatory, a cozy room with a domed ceiling that opened to the heavens. He'd adjust his brass telescope, sip a cup of chamomile tea, and sketch the constellations in his leather-bound journal. But tonight, as he peered through the eyepiece, he saw gaps in the sky where there should have been stars. The Little Dipper was missing its handle. The swan had lost a wing. It was as though someone had gently plucked the stars from the velvet darkness and tucked them away. Finn wasn't frightened, he was intrigued. He descended the stairs, his footsteps soft on the worn wooden steps, and stepped out into the lane. The night was still, save for the gentle rustle of wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the cottages. He could hear the distant gurgle of the creek and the patter of a light rain beginning to fall. But the stars, they were vanishing one by one. The next morning the whole village was abuzz with the mystery. The baker, a cheerful woman named Cora, had noticed that her cinnamon rolls had risen twice as high as usual. The town librarian, an elderly man named Thistle, reported that all the books on the top shelf had rearranged themselves into alphabetical order by title instead of author. And the weaver, a young woman named Bryn, found that her loom was weaving threads into patterns she'd never seen before, swirls and spirals that looked like tiny galaxies. "It's the work of the Glimmer gloom," whispered old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, as he wound the gears of the town clock. "A mischievous spirit that dances in the rain and steals shiny things." But Finn wasn't so sure. He believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a reason and a solution. So he decided to investigate. His first clue came from a nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing to him when he was small. He'd found it scribbled on a scrap of parchment tucked inside an old astronomy book. It went, "When the clock ticks backward and the rain falls up, seek the map that's hidden in the buttercup. Follow the path where the shadows play, to find what was lost at the end of the day." Finn pondered the words as he walked through the village square, the rain now a gentle mist that clung to his woolen cloak. He paused by the clock tower, listening to the steady tick-tock, tick-tock. It sounded normal enough. But then he noticed something odd. The shadow cast by the clock's hands seemed to be moving in the wrong direction. Not by much, just a subtle shift, as if time itself were hesitating. He made his way to the meadow where the buttercups grew thick and golden. Kneeling in the damp grass, he examined the flowers. Most were closed against the drizzle, but one, nestled at the base of the old stone bridge, was wide open. And there, tucked inside its petals, was a tiny, tightly rolled scroll. It was a map, a delicate thing, drawn in faded ink on what felt like silk. It showed the Whispering Woods, with a path marked by starlight symbols, leading to a place called the Glimmering Glen. But the path wasn't straight. It looped and curved in a way that made no sense. Finn realized that the map was a puzzle. The stars on it corresponded to the missing constellations. He decided to follow it. The woods were alive with sound, the drip-drip of rainwater from leaf to fern, the chirp of crickets tuning up for evening, the distant hoot of an owl. Finn walked slowly, his lantern casting a warm circle of light around him. He soon came to a fork in the path. According to the map, he should go left. But his instincts told him to go right, where a patch of foxglove bells chimed softly in the breeze. This was his first red herring, and it led to a delightful discovery. There, nestled among the foxgloves, was a family of hedgehogs, curled asleep in a nest of moss and fallen petals. One of them was clutching a tiny, silver thimble that gleamed in the lantern light. Finn smiled. It was the thimble the weaver Bryn had lost weeks ago. He tucked it into his pocket to return to her later. Back on the correct path, Finn continued, his senses sharp. He noticed that the fireflies here glowed in patterns, 3 short flashes, then 2 long ones. It reminded him of Morse code, though he wasn't sure why. He also saw that the raindrops, as they fell into a particular mossy pond, seemed to ripple upward instead of down. When the rain falls up, he thought, remembering the rhyme. He followed the trail of upward falling rain to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches heavy with glowing lanterns that swayed in the wind. This was the glimmering glen. And there, sitting on a moss-covered stone, was a small, shimmering creature, no taller than his knee. It had wings like a dragonfly and eyes like polished jet, and it was humming a tune that sounded like wind through pine needles. "Hello," Finn said softly, so as not to startle it. The creature looked up, and its humming stopped. "You found me," it said, its voice like the tinkling of crystal bells. "I've been looking for the stars," Finn replied, sitting on a nearby log. "Did you take them?" The creature, who introduced itself as Nyx, nodded sadly. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I was lonely. The stars are my friends. They whisper stories to me at night. But lately the village has been so busy, no one looks up anymore. No one notices the patterns in the sky or the way the constellations change with the seasons. I thought if I borrowed a few, someone might come looking." Finn's heart softened. He understood loneliness. "But the stars belong to everyone," he said gently. "They guide travelers, inspire dreamers, and comfort those who feel small. When you took them, you didn't just hide light, you hid hope." Nyx looked down, its glow dimming. "I didn't think of that." "What if," Finn suggested, "instead of taking the stars, you helped us appreciate them? You could be the keeper of the night sky, reminding us to look up and wonder." Nyx's eyes brightened. "I would like that." Together, they returned the stars to their places. Nyx flew up, light as a dandelion seed, and gently slotted each star back into the constellations. The swan regained its wing, the dipper its handle. The sky was whole again, brighter than ever. But the mystery wasn't entirely solved. Finn still wondered about the other peculiar happenings, the rising bread, the rearranged books, the new weaving patterns. As he walked back to the village with Nyx perched on his shoulder, he realized that all these things were connected. They were signs, gentle nudges from the world itself, reminding people to pay attention, to find joy in small surprises, to reconnect with each other and their home. The next day, Finn called a meeting in the village square. Under the restored starlight, with the clock tower chiming softly in the background, he told everyone about Nyx and the missing stars. He explained how loneliness had sparked the mystery, and how curiosity and empathy had solved it. The villagers listened, their faces lit by lantern light and understanding. Cora the baker brought out her extra fluffy cinnamon rolls and shared them with everyone. Thistle the librarian read aloud from a book of poetry about the night sky. Bryn the weaver showed off her new star-patterned cloth, woven with threads that shimmered like the Milky Way. And Nyx, no longer lonely, danced among them, its wings casting prismatic lights on the cobblestones. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made a tradition of gathering under the stars once a week, to tell stories, sing songs, and simply be together. They noticed the constellations, learned their names, and felt the vast, comforting presence of the universe. Finn often joined them, his heart full. He'd look up at the sky, then around at his friends and neighbors, and feel that some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, they were meant to be shared. And as the gentle rain began to fall once more, tapping a soothing rhythm on the rooftops and the wind chimes sang their crystalline songs, he knew that Starlight Hollow was, and always would be, a place where every ending was a new beginning, and every heart found its way home by the light of the stars. The fire crackles softly, my dear listener, so pull your blanket a little closer, and let your breathing slow to match its gentle rhythm. Tonight, as the flames dance and paint shadows on the walls, I will tell you a story about warmth, both the kind you feel on your skin and the kind that glows deep within. It is a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that refused to go out. In a village nestled in a valley that seemed to cup the sky in its hands, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet soul, with thoughtful eyes the color of rich earth, and a heart that noticed things others often missed. While the other children raced through the cobblestone streets, their laughter echoing off the stone cottages, Kalen preferred the company of the ancient forest that bordered the village. It was called the Whispering Woods, not for any magic the adults spoke of in hushed tones, but for the way the wind sighed through its pines and the leaves rustled secrets to one another. Kalen's world was one of simple, solid things. The rough grain of the wood he helped his father carve, the yeasty smell of his mother's baking bread, the sharp chill of the well water in the morning. But as the days grew shorter and the sun's warmth became a memory, a deeper chill began to settle, not just in the air, but in the village itself. It was a chill of worry. For generations, the heart of their community had been the great hearth in the village square, a fire said to have been lit from an ember gifted by a forgotten spirit of the mountain. Its flame never died, and its light was believed to nurture the soil and keep the winters mild. But this year, the flame had begun to falter. It didn't roar and leap as it once had. It guttered and sighed, its light growing pale and thin, casting long, anxious shadows instead of a golden glow. The village elders tended to it day and night, their faces etched with concern. Without the hearth's true warmth, they whispered, the coming winter would be unforgiving. The fields would sleep too deeply, and the cold would bite too hard. Kalen felt this change more than most. He would stand at the edge of the square, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, and watch the struggling flame. He felt a strange, hollow ache in his own chest, a sympathy for the dying light. One evening, as a particularly sharp wind whipped through the valley, the flame shrank to a mere blue whisper atop the logs. An old woman, her face a map of wrinkles, turned from the hearth, and her eyes, milky with age, fell upon Kalen. "The ember is tired," she said, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "It remembers its beginning, but has forgotten its purpose. It needs to be reminded of the first fire, the one that burns not with wood, but with heartwood." No one understood what she meant. They dismissed it as the rambling of old age. But the words nestled in Kalen's mind. Heartwood. It was the deep, dense core of a tree, the part that gave it strength. That night, lying in his bed, Kalen made a decision. The forest had always been a friend to him. Perhaps within its depths he could find an answer, a way to help the ember remember. The next morning, as a pale sun tried to break through the gray clouds, he packed a small satchel with a heel of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of water. He told his parents he was going to gather kindling, which was not entirely untrue, and stepped into the embrace of the Whispering Woods. The world changed as soon as he passed under the first arching boughs. The wind's bite softened, replaced by the soft, damp scent of moss and decaying leaves. Sunlight fell in dappled coins upon the forest floor, and the only sounds were the crunch of his own footsteps and the occasional scolding chatter of a squirrel. He walked for hours, deeper than he had ever dared before. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, only that he would know it when he found it. As afternoon began to wane, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Kalen came upon a sight that made him stop. In a small, circular clearing, nestled between the roots of a colossal oak tree, so old it seemed to hold up the sky, was a stone. It was not a remarkable stone in shape or size, but it glowed. Not with the fierce, hungry light of the hearth, but with a soft, pulsing warmth, like a banked ember seen through a thick blanket of ash. It was the color of a sunset trapped in amber, and it seemed to breathe with a gentle, rhythmic light. Cautiously, Kalen approached. The air around the stone was noticeably warmer, carrying a faint, sweet smell like honey and cedar smoke. As he knelt before it, he saw that the stone was not alone. Curled against its warmth was a small creature. At first he thought it was a fox, for it had a coat of russet red and a bushy tail. But as it uncurled and lifted its head, he saw its eyes were too large and intelligent, and its ears were tufted with delicate, silvery fur. It regarded him not with fear, but with a calm, ancient curiosity. A soft, chirruping sound escaped its throat, a question. "Hello," Kalen whispered, his voice barely disturbing the quiet of the clearing. The creature stood, stretching like a cat, and padded over to him. It was no larger than a hare. It sniffed his outstretched hand, its nose cool and damp, and then butted its head gently against his fingers. A feeling of profound peace washed over Kalen, a warmth that started in his fingertips and spread all the way to his toes. The hollow ache in his chest faded. He sat down, leaning against the great oak, and the creature curled up in his lap. He shared his bread and cheese, and the creature ate daintily from his palm. In that quiet communion, without a single shared word, an understanding passed between them. Kalen knew this creature was a guardian of this place, and the glowing stone was its charge. He also knew with a certainty that surprised him, that this gentle ember light was connected to the failing flame in the village. He called the creature Emberling, for that is what it seemed to be, a little spirit of warmth and light. As the true dusk settled, the clearing began to change. Fungi on the tree trunks began to emit a soft, bioluminescent glow, casting the area in an ethereal blue light. Flowers that had been closed during the day unfurled petals that shimmered like mother of pearl. Kalen realized he had stumbled into a hidden world, a secret heart of the forest that only revealed itself at the border between day and night, and only to those who sought it with a quiet heart. He spent the night there, warm and safe beside the glowing stone, with the Emberling nestled against him. He told the creature about his village, about the great hearth, and about the growing fear of the winter. The Emberling listened, its large eyes reflecting the soft light, occasionally making a soft, humming sound that vibrated through Kalen's body like a purr. When dawn tinged the sky with light the color of a bruised peach, the hidden world faded. The glowing fungi dimmed, the shimmering flowers closed, and the clearing became an ordinary, if beautiful, part of the woods once more. But the stone still pulsed with its gentle warmth, and the Emberling was still by his side. Kalen knew he had to return to the village. But he also knew he could not leave this place behind. He looked at the Emberling, then at the stone. An idea, fragile as a soap bubble, began to form in his mind. The old woman said the ember needed to remember the first fire, he said softly. The fire that burns with heartwood, this feels like that fire, not a fire that consumes, but one that nurtures. The Emberling chirruped and trotted over to the stone. It nuzzled it, and then did something remarkable. It breathed onto the stone's surface. Its breath was not mist, but a shimmer of concentrated warmth, and where it touched the stone, the glow intensified for a moment, burning a little brighter, a little warmer. Then the Emberling looked back at Kalen, as if waiting. Hesitantly, Kalen approached the stone. He remembered the feeling of peace it had given him, the warmth that had filled the hollow space in his chest. He thought of the hearth's flame, not as a thing to be feared for dying, but as a friend who was weary. He cupped his hands around the stone, not touching it, and let his own warmth, his own hope, flow from his heart, down his arms, and through his fingertips. He didn't know if it would work. It was just a feeling, an impulse born of friendship with this strange little creature. To his astonishment, the stone responded. Its glow swelled, pulsing in time with his own heartbeat. A wave of heat, gentle and comforting, washed over him. The emberling trilled with delight, dancing around his feet. He had found the answer. It wasn't about finding new fuel or chanting special words. It was about connection. The hearth's ember was lonely. It had been tended for so long out of duty and fear, but no one had simply sat with it, shared warmth with it, reminded it of its true, gentle nature. But how could he bring this understanding back? He couldn't carry the stone. It belonged here with the emberling. As if reading his thoughts, the little creature scurried to the base of the great oak and began to dig with its small paws. It unearthed a small, smooth piece of what looked like petrified wood. It brought it to Kalen and dropped it into his hand. The moment it touched his palm, he felt a faint echo of the stone's warmth. It was a vessel, he realized. A way to carry a spark of this place's essence back to the village. "Thank you," Kalen whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He carefully placed the piece of wood in his satchel. The emberling nudged his leg, then turned and looked deeper into the woods. It was an invitation. The journey back was different from the journey in. With the emberling as his guide, the forest seemed to open up for him. They didn't walk in a straight line, but followed a meandering path that led them to hidden wonders. A spring that bubbled up with water warm as toast, a grove of trees whose leaves chimed softly in the breeze, a badger who paused in its foraging to watch them pass with a dignified nod. The emberling showed him that the forest was not just a collection of trees, but a living, breathing community, where every creature, every plant had a role to play, and warmth was shared, not hoarded. This was the transformation. Kalen had entered the woods, a boy worried about a dying flame. He was leaving with understanding that true warmth was a web of connection, a shared breath between friends. The journey had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood, not by burning him away, but by revealing his own strong heart would. When they reached the edge of the woods, the village lights were just beginning to twinkle in the deep blue twilight. The emberling stopped at the tree line. It could go no further. It looked up at Kalen, its eyes full of a sad understanding. It nuzzled his hand one last time, then turned and disappeared back into the shadows of the whispering woods. Kalen felt a pang of loss, but also a surge of purpose. He clutched the piece of warm wood in his satchel and walked into the village. The square was quiet, filled with a tense silence. A small crowd had gathered around the great hearth. The flame was now so faint it was barely a ghost of light, a faint orange smudge on the blackened logs. The elders looked defeated. Kalen walked through the crowd, ignoring the murmurs. He went straight to the hearth and knelt before it, as he had knelt before the stone in the forest. The villagers watched, confused. He didn't add a new log. He didn't blow on the embers. He simply took the piece of wood from his satchel and held it in his cupped hands. He closed his eyes and remembered. He remembered the peace of the clearing, the friendship of the emberling, the shared warmth of the hidden world. He poured all of that feeling, all of that memory, into the wood in his hands. He thought not of saving the flame, but of introducing it to a friend. The piece of wood in his hands began to glow. A soft amber light, identical to that of the forest stone, emanated from it. He leaned forward and gently placed the glowing wood next to the dying ember of the great hearth. For a long moment, nothing happened. The villagers held their breath. Then a tiny tendril of light, like a golden thread, stretched from Kalen's wood and touched the pale ember. The effect was immediate. The hearth's ember seemed to take a deep, shuddering breath. Its color deepened from a sickly orange to a healthy, vibrant gold. It grew not explosively but steadily, pulsing with a strong, rhythmic light. It climbed over the new log, not with a ravenous roar, but with a confident, gentle crackle. The light that filled the square was not the harsh, anxious light of before, but the warm, golden, nurturing glow from the stories of old. It washed over the faces of the villagers, softening their worried expressions, replacing fear with wonder. The hollow ache in the village was gone, replaced by a shared, comfortable warmth. The elders looked at Kalen not with questions, but with a deep, respectful gratitude. They had been trying to command the flame. He had simply reminded it of what it was. Kalen visited the edge of the Whispering Woods every day after that. He never saw them burling again, not clearly. But sometimes, from the corner of his eye, he would catch a flicker of russet red amongst the trees. And on the coldest nights, when he sat by the now strong great hearth, he would feel a familiar, gentle warmth settle around his shoulders, like an invisible friend sharing the fire's glow. The winter that came was indeed cold, but the village was warm. The hearth burned steadily, its flame a testament to a simple truth, that the most enduring light is kindled not by fear, but by friendship, and that the greatest transformations often begin with a single, quiet act of understanding. So, as the fire before us now burns down to a bed of glowing embers, remember Kalen's story. Remember that within you, too, burns a gentle light. Nurture it with kindness, share its warmth with others, and never forget that even on the darkest, coldest nights, a spark of friendship can remind the world how to glow. Now, close your eyes. Let the warmth of this tale settle over you like a soft blanket. Listen to the gentle pop and sigh of the fire, a lullaby for a peaceful night. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with gentle lights and steadfast friends. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the Whispering Woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the Whispering Woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moonpetals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the Whispering Woods, where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kalen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kalen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the walls stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the whispering woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelin nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelin's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the heartstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built. He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petals' gentle light. Thank you for showing me the way. Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelin's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. In a quiet little house at the end of a cobblestone lane, where the scent of old books and cinnamon always lingered in the air, there lived a young girl who often felt that her world was just a little too small. Her name was Lily, and though she loved her home dearly, she sometimes wished for something extraordinary. One rainy afternoon, when the sky was the color of a well-loved gray blanket, and the sound of droplets played a soft, rhythmic melody against the window panes, Lily found herself wandering up to the attic. The stairs creaked gently beneath her feet, a familiar, comforting sound, like an old friend greeting her. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, dusty trunks, stacks of yellowed letters, and boxes filled with memories waiting to be rediscovered. As she brushed a cobweb from an old wooden chest, her fingers traced the carvings on its lid, swirls and stars that seemed to tell a story of their own. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid creaked open. Inside, nestled among faded linens and bundles of dried lavender, was a small, tarnished compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if alive, and around its edge were inscribed the words, "Follow where the heart leads." Lily's breath caught. She lifted the compass, its metal cool against her palm, and as she did, the needle stilled, pointing not toward any window or door, but toward the far corner of the attic, where an old, moth-eaten tapestry hung. Curious, she approached, and as she drew nearer, the needle began to glow with a soft, golden light. With a gentle push, the tapestry swung aside, revealing a small, hidden door she had never noticed before. It was just large enough for her to slip through. Heart pounding not with fear, but with wonder, she turned the brass knob and stepped into a space that shouldn't have existed. Instead of the musty darkness of the attic's eaves, she found herself in a cozy, circular room lined with bookshelves that reached toward a domed ceiling painted with constellations. A fireplace crackled merrily in one corner, though no firewood lay within it, and the flames seemed to dance to some silent, joyful tune. And there, curled in a plush armchair by the fire, was a large, ginger cat. It blinked slowly at her, its eyes the color of amber, and a rumbling purr filled the room like the sound of a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Welcome, traveler," the cat said, its voice a warm, velvety murmur. "I am Ember. You found the heart's compass, I see." Lily stared, too astonished to speak. "Don't be alarmed," Ember purred, stretching lazily. "This is the Chamber of Whispers. It appears to those who are ready to listen, to themselves and to others." The compass in Lily's hand glowed brighter, and its needle now pointed toward a large, leather-bound book on a nearby table. Ember nudged it with his paw. "That," he said, "is the Book of Lost Courage. It has been waiting for you." Lily opened the book. Its pages were blank. "It won't show you anything until you're ready to face what holds you back," Ember explained. "The compass has brought you here because you seek something, not out there, but in here." He tapped a paw gently over his heart. Just then a soft, tinkling sound filled the air, like distant wind chimes. From behind a bookshelf stepped a small, round woman with spectacles perched on the tip of her nose, and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and 2 cups. "Ah, a visitor, I am Alara, the keeper of this chamber," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages turning. "I thought you might like some peppermint tea. It's excellent for calming nerves and stirring courage." As Lily sipped the warm, fragrant tea, she found herself telling them about her quiet fears, how she longed to speak up in class, to make new friends, to explore beyond her garden gate, but something always held her back, a whisper of doubt that grew louder in the silence. Alara listened intently, her eyes kind. "Courage, my dear, is not the absence of fear," she said. "It is the choice to take one small step forward even when you are afraid, and you have already taken the first step by coming here." The compass glowed again, and its needle shifted, pointing now toward a small, ornate key hanging on a hook beside the fireplace. "Ah," said Ember, leaping down from his chair. "That key unlocks the next part of your journey, but be warned, the path ahead may feel dark and you must face it alone. We cannot go with you." Lily's heart fluttered, but she took the key. As she did, a door she hadn't noticed before appeared in the wall, a door of dark, polished wood with a keyhole shaped like a star. With a deep breath, she inserted the key. It turned with a satisfying click, and the door swung open to reveal not another room, but a pathway through a forest under a twilight sky. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly. "Remember," Alara said gently, "the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. Listen to your heart, it will guide you." Lily stepped through the door, and it closed behind her. The forest was dim, but not frightening. The path was soft with moss, and fireflies drifted like living stars among the trees. She walked for what felt like both moments and ages, the compass warm in her hand, its needle glowing steadily ahead. Soon she came to a clearing where a small stone well stood, its rim worn smooth by time. From within the well came a sound, a soft, hesitant crying. Peering over the edge, Lily saw not water, but shadows shifting and swirling. And there, trapped within them, was a faint, shimmering light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She knew without knowing how that this was the source of the fear that sometimes gripped her, the doubt that kept her voice small and her world narrow. "Hello," she called softly. The crying stopped. "Who's there?" a small voice echoed from below. "It's me," Lily said. I think I'm here to help." The light flickered. "I'm afraid," it whispered. "It's so dark down here." Lily's own fear rose in her throat, but she pushed it down. Kindness, she remembered, not force. "Would you like me to keep you company?" she asked. For a long moment there was silence. Then, "Yes, please." So Lily sat by the well, and she began to talk. She talked about her home, her books, the way rain sounded on the roof, the taste of warm bread with honey. She talked about the friends she wished she had, the stories she longed to tell. And as she spoke, the light in the well grew brighter, and the shadows seemed to retreat. When she paused, the voice from below said, "Tell me about the stars." So Lily looked up at the emerging stars in the twilight sky and described them. How they glittered like diamonds scattered on velvet, how some seemed to wink as if sharing a secret. "You make it sound beautiful," the voice said, and now it sounded closer, warmer. "It is beautiful," Lily replied. "And so are you. You don't have to be afraid." There was a soft, sighing sound, and then the light rose from the well, not bursting forth, but drifting up like a dandelion seed on the breeze. It hovered before her, a gentle golden radiance that felt familiar and dear. "Thank you," it whispered. "I was so lonely." Then it floated toward her and settled over her heart, filling her with a warmth that spread through her entire being. She felt lighter, braver. The path back through the forest seemed shorter this time, and when she reached the door, it opened easily. Ember and Alara were waiting, their faces lit with smiles. "You did it," Alara said, her eyes sparkling. "You faced the darkness with kindness, and you brought your courage home." The Book of Lost Courage now lay open on the table, and on its pages were written, in glowing ink, the story of what had just happened. The tale of a girl who learned that courage is found not by avoiding fear, but by meeting it with an open heart. Lily picked up the compass. Its needle now pointed steadily toward the door leading back to her attic. She knew it was time to return. "Will I see you again?" she asked. Ember purred. "Whenever you need to remember your courage, just listen. We are always here, in the whispers of your heart." With a final, grateful smile, Lily stepped back through the hidden door into the attic. The tapestry swung shut behind her, and when she turned to look, it appeared just as ordinary as before. But the compass remained in her hand, its glow fading to a soft, warm hum. That night, as she lay in bed, the sound of rain gentle against the window, she felt different. The world outside might still be large and sometimes intimidating, but her heart felt wider, brighter. She knew now that adventure wasn't about how far she traveled, but how deeply she listened, to others and to herself. And somewhere in the quiet of the night, she thought she heard the distant chime of bells, the rustle of pages turning, and the contented purr of a ginger cat, all blending into a lullaby of courage and comfort, reminding her that even the smallest heart could hold the greatest bravery. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. "Every bend in the path has a tale," Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. "Listen with your feet, not just your ears." Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds, and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the Keeper of Whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the Keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the Keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The Keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the Keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was from the crystalline planet of Luminara, where inhabitants communicated through shifting hues that danced across their semi-transparent forms. The other hailed from the harmonic world of Melodia, where thoughts were expressed through gentle vibrations that hummed through the air like wind chimes. The Luminaran, whom we might call Gleam, had found their small exploration vessel caught in the gravitational pull of a wandering asteroid field. Meanwhile, the Melodian, whom we might call Hum, had been drawn to the same sector by the peculiar musical resonance of the cosmic debris. Their ships, one shaped like a floating droplet of mercury, the other like a blossoming metallic flower, drifted silently toward each other until they came to rest side by side on a large, stable asteroid. When they first stepped out onto the asteroid's surface, their forms could not have been more different. Gleam shimmered with anxious silver streaks, their bodies shifting between worry blue and caution yellow. Hum responded with a low, concerned thrum that vibrated through their 6 delicate limbs. Neither could understand the other's language, but both recognized the universal signs of being stranded far from home. The asteroid offered little shelter from the cosmic winds that occasionally whispered through the void, so together they began to build a refuge. Gleam used their natural ability to shape crystalline structures, drawing minerals from the asteroid's core and weaving them into translucent walls. Hum contributed by finding the perfect harmonic frequencies that strengthened the crystals, their vibrations causing the structure to grow in elegant, arching patterns. What emerged was a sanctuary unlike any other in that sector of space, a grotto of living crystal that pulsed with soft inner light, its walls singing faintly with the memory of Hum's harmonies. Through the transparent ceiling, the nebula outside painted everything in hues of violet and gold, while star clusters glittered like scattered diamonds. Their first misunderstandings were many, and often quite amusing. Gleam once turned a brilliant shade of approval green when Hum arranged glowing moss in symmetrical patterns, not realizing that on Melodia, this pattern meant dangerous precipice. Hum responded with a cheerful ascending scale that meant foolish mistake on their world, which Gleam interpreted as musical praise. They spent a full cycle arranging the moss in increasingly elaborate warning patterns before realizing their confusion, their mutual embarrassment expressed in Gleam's flickering pink hues and Hum's wobbling bass notes of laughter. Another time, Hum arranged floating orbs of light in what they considered a comforting constellation, only to learn that on Luminara, this particular formation meant profound sorrow. Gleam had spent hours trying to comfort their friend with sympathetic indigo patterns, wondering why Hum kept adding more orbs to the sad formation. Yet through these mishaps they learned. Gleam discovered that when Hum's vibrations settled into a C minor resonance, it meant contentment, not sadness. Hum realized that Gleam's silver sparkles indicated curiosity, not alarm. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of color and sound that belonged solely to them. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when the asteroid rotated to face the galactic core. They would sit together in their crystalline sanctuary, watching star systems being born in clouds of luminous gas. Gleam would pulse softly in rhythm with the distant light, while Hum would harmonize with the faint electromagnetic songs of passing comets. In those moments, words were unnecessary. Understanding flowed between them like starlight through clear water. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a binary star system perform its eternal dance, Hum noticed Gleam's light dimming slightly, a sign of homesickness on Luminara. In response, Hum began to vibrate at a frequency that caused the crystals around them to project images of their homeworld's musical forests. Then, remembering how much Gleam loved patterns, Hum arranged floating light particles to mimic the dancing auroras of Luminara. Touched beyond measure, Gleam responded by finding a rare mineral that, when struck, produced the exact harmonic tone of Hum's favorite childhood melody. Together they created something new, a light and sound sculpture that captured the essence of both their worlds, a testament to their friendship. As cycles turned, they learned each other's stories through their shared language. Gleam communicated through cascading colors how their people measured time by the shifting hues of their planet's 3 suns. Hum responded with vibrational poems about the great chorus that occurred when their world's tidal forces created natural harmonics across the crystal oceans. They discovered that despite coming from different worlds, they shared the same wonder at the universe's beauty, the same curiosity about other life forms, and the same capacity for kindness that needs no translation. When rescue finally came, a Luminaran scout ship following Gleam's energy signature, both friends knew their time together in their crystalline sanctuary was ending. As a farewell gift, they spent one last cycle perfecting their shared language, creating a complete lexicon of color and sound that could bridge their worlds. The scout ship's crew watched in amazement as their missing compatriot communicated with the musical being through complex patterns of light and vibration. Before departing, Gleam and Hum pressed their forms together, crystal against harmonic resonance, in a gesture that needed no translation. Though light years would soon separate them, they had built something more permanent than their crystal sanctuary, a connection that transcended species, language, and space itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the cosmic winds were just right, they could still sense each other's presence. Gleam in the particular way starlight refracted through atmosphere, Hum in the specific resonance of solar winds against planetary magnetic fields. For true friendship, they had learned, is not limited by distance or difference. It flows between souls like starlight through the void, connecting all who are willing to listen beyond words, see beyond appearances, and understand with the heart rather than the mind. And in the vast, beautiful darkness of space, such connections shine brightest of all. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. "Fear not, Fig, we'll find the source of this gummy gloom." Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. "The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off." Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. "Bravo, encore." Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. The rain pattered against the window pane like 1,000 tiny fingertips, a steady, soothing rhythm that made the world outside feel distant and soft. Inside, the fire in the hearth crackled and popped, casting long, dancing shadows that stretched and curled across the floorboards. It was on such an afternoon, when the sky was the color of a dove's wing, and the air smelled of damp earth and warm bread, that a young girl found herself with nothing to do. Her name was Lily, and the relentless rain had cancelled all her usual plans. With a sigh that fogged the cool glass, she turned from the window. Her gaze drifted to the ceiling, to the small, almost invisible trapdoor that led to the attic. She had never been up there. It was a place of whispers and forgotten things, and a faint, intriguing smell of old wood and dried lavender always drifted down from its edges. A sudden, daring thought bloomed in her mind. Today was the day. With careful steps, she pulled down the folding ladder, its joints creaking a gentle protest. The air that wafted down was still and cool, carrying the scent of memories. Up she climbed into the dim, triangular space. The attic was a landscape of draped shapes and dusty treasures. Trunks with rusted clasps stood like loyal soldiers. Towers of books slumbered under white sheets. And in the far corner, tucked under the low slant of the roof where the rain played a soft drum solo, was an old sea chest she had never seen before. It was made of dark, richly grained wood, banded with tarnished brass. Carved into its lid was not a skull or a sword, as one might expect from a pirate's chest, but a simple, elegant compass rose. Her heart beat a little faster. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. She knelt, her knees pressing into the soft, deep dust. The clasp was not locked. With a quiet click and a puff of ancient air that smelled of cinnamon and salt, the lid swung open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not gold or jewels, but a single object. It was a compass, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its casing was made of warm, honey-colored brass, worn smooth in places by countless touches. The glass was slightly cloudy, and the needle beneath was not red and white, but carved from what looked like mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft, internal light. It did not point north. It quivered, spinning slowly before settling firmly, pointing directly back down the ladder, toward her own bedroom. Puzzled, she picked it up. It was warm in her hands, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam. As her fingers closed around it, a soft, clear chime echoed in the quiet attic, a sound like a distant church bell heard on a winter's morning. The needle didn't budge. It was pointing toward her greatest fear. For you see, Lily was afraid of the dark. Not the cozy dark of her room at night with the hall light on, but the deep, absolute dark of a power cut or the forgotten corner of the cellar. It was a fear that felt too big for her, a cold stone in her stomach. Just then, a soft thump sounded from behind a stack of hat boxes. A moment later, a large ginger cat emerged, his fur the color of an autumn bonfire. This was Barnaby, the keeper of the house's quietest secrets. "Found something, have you?" he purred, his voice a low rumble. He blinked his golden eyes slowly. "The courage compass hasn't been needed in an age." "The courage compass," Lily whispered, her voice small in the vast, dusty space. "Indeed," Barnaby said, weaving around her legs, his tail a soft question mark in the air. "It doesn't point to places on a map, it points to the places inside you. Right now, it's pointing at that cold little stone of fear you carry. The only way to make it stop is to face what it's showing you." Lily's hand tightened around the compass. The needle held its course, unwavering. Creak, tick-tock, creak. The sound came from the grandfather clock, standing sentinel at the top of the stairs. Its pendulum swung with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The clock itself was ancient, its face wise and kind. "Barnaby is correct, child," the clock said, its voice a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in the floorboards. "The journey it proposes is not measured in miles, but in heartbeats. It is the shortest and longest journey you will ever take, but you need not go alone." Lily looked from the purring cat to the gently ticking clock. The compass was warm and steady in her hand. She took a deep breath, the dusty air filling her lungs with courage. "Okay," she said. "I'll go." She climbed back down the ladder, the compass held before her like a lantern. Barnaby padded silently after her, and the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock seemed to follow her, a rhythmic anchor in the quiet house. The needle led her not to the cellar, as she had feared, but to her own bedroom door. It pointed directly at her wardrobe. This was no ordinary wardrobe. It was a tall oak monstrosity with carved owls on its doors, a gift from a great-aunt who collected curious furniture. Lily kept her winter blankets and out-of-season clothes in there. And in the very back, behind everything, was a space so dark it seemed to swallow the light. The compass needle began to glow with a soft, pearlescent light. Chime. The gentle bell sound echoed again. "The dark is just the space waiting for light," murmured Barnaby, leaping onto her bed and curling into a neat ginger loaf. "Every journey begins with a single step," hummed the grandfather clock from the hallway, its ticking a steady, marching beat. Lily's courage felt very small. She stood before the wardrobe, her feet rooted to the floor. The compass felt heavy. This was silly, she told herself. It was just a wardrobe. But the dark in there felt alive. It felt like it was breathing. She remembered what the clock had said about not going alone. She looked at Barnaby, who blinked his slow, reassuring blink. She listened to the steady tick-tock from the hall. She was not alone. Her first act was not to open the doors, but to light the small beeswax candle on her nightstand. The flame sputtered to life, casting a warm, golden circle of light that pushed the shadows back to the walls. The gentle hiss of the wick was a comforting sound. Holding the candle in one hand and the compass in the other, she approached the wardrobe. The needle was pointing so insistently, it almost vibrated. With a trembling hand, she reached out and pulled the door open. Creak. The sound was loud in the quiet room. The wardrobe yawned open, a cavern of hanging shapes and folded fabrics. The darkness at the back was profound. The compass needle glowed brighter. Chime. This was it. The challenge was not to defeat a monster, but to simply bring a little light into the dark. She took a step forward. Then another. The scent of cedar and lavender from her stored sweaters filled her nose. She held the candle out, its brave little flame pushing against the gloom. She could see the back panel now. And there, tucked into a corner, was a small, dark shape. It was a shadow, but not like the others. It was denser, and it seemed to shiver. As she watched, it made a tiny whimpering sound, like a lost puppy. This wasn't a monster. This was her fear. And it was scared, too. Her heart softened. All her own terror melted away, replaced by a sudden, fierce wave of kindness for this small, trembling thing. She hadn't needed to be brave, she had needed to be kind. "It's all right," she whispered, her voice gentle. "You don't have to be afraid." She knelt down, setting the compass and the candle on the floor beside her. The compass needle slowly began to spin, no longer fixed on one point. The pearly light within it softened. "It's just me," she said to the shadow. "And I brought a friend." She gestured to the candle, whose flame danced in a friendly way. The shadow stopped shivering. It seemed to lean toward the light, curious. The dark can be cozy, Lily continued, thinking out loud. It's where we rest and dream. It's where the stars come out to play. You don't have to be scary. You can be peaceful. As she spoke, the dense, dark shape began to change. It unfurled, stretching like a cat, and instead of a formless blot, it became the soft, gentle shadow of a sleeping dove, its edges blending seamlessly with other, ordinary shadows in the wardrobe. The whimpering stopped. A deep, contented silence took its place. From the bed, Barnaby let out a soft, rumbling purr of approval. Purr-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. From the hall, the grandfather clocks ticking slowed to a contented, lullaby rhythm. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Lily picked up the courage compass. The mother-of-pearl needle was now still, resting peacefully in its cradle. It no longer pointed anywhere. Its work was done. She backed out of the wardrobe, leaving the door open so the candlelight could keep the transformed shadow company. She felt different, lighter. The cold stone in her stomach was gone, replaced by a warm, glowing feeling of accomplishment. She placed the compass on her bedside table, next to the still flickering candle. Barnaby stretched, his claws making a soft scratch-scratch sound on the quilt, then settled back down, his purr a motor of contentment. The rain had almost stopped outside, now just a gentle pitter-patter on the leaves. The fire in the other room crackled one last, sleepy pop. The journey was over. It had been a journey of only a few feet, from the attic to her wardrobe, but she had traveled further than any explorer. She had journeyed to the heart of her own fear, and with kindness as her guide, had made a friend of it. She climbed into bed, the events of the afternoon wrapping around her like a warm blanket. The last thing she saw before her eyes drifted shut was the courage compass on her nightstand, its brass casing glowing in the candlelight, not with magic, but with the simple, extraordinary peace of a challenge met and a heart made brave. And the last thing she heard was the distant, comforting chime of a bell, signaling that all was well, and that even in the quietest, darkest corners, there was nothing to fear but fear itself, and even that could be comforted with a little light and a kind word. In the quiet hamlet of Stillwater Bend, nestled between a silver-veined river and an ancient forest, peculiar things had begun to occur. It started subtly, as such things often do. The village baker, a gentle woman named Rowan, noticed it first. She'd been drawing water from the well at dawn when she saw that the morning glory blossoms, which always unfurled a brilliant cobalt blue, had bloomed instead a soft, pearlescent gray. Later that day, the town's oldest clock tower, known for its dependable sonorous chime, struck 13 quiet, silvery notes at noon. The most wondrous and unsettling change, however, was discovered by a young, thoughtful boy named Finn. Finn loved the night sky. He had a worn, hand-drawn map of the constellations given to him by his grandfather, and he knew them all by heart. But one evening, as he lay on a woolen blanket in his backyard, he saw that the smallest star in the Little Dipper's handle, a star his grandfather had called the timid spark, was gone. Not clouded over, but simply absent, leaving a tiny, dark void in the familiar pattern. The village hummed with a curious, not fearful, excitement. Whispers wove through the market stalls, accompanied by the gentle plink-plonk of rain chains dangling from the eaves. The weaver's looms clacked a steady rhythm, and the breeze played a soft melody on the wind chimes hanging outside every door, but beneath it all was a shared question: what was happening to Stillwater Bend? Finn decided he would find out. He was a boy who believed that most problems were just puzzles waiting for the right piece to be found. He carried with him his grandfather's constellation map and a heart full of empathy for the world around him. His first clue came from an old nursery rhyme, one the village children sang while skipping rope near the cobblestone square. When the clock tower counts one more, and gray the morning glories weep, seek the path of forgotten lore. where Starlight's secrets lie asleep. Finn had heard the clock tower count one more. He had seen the gray morning glories. The path of forgotten lore had to be the old forest path, a trail marked on his map that few used anymore. With a satchel of honey cakes and a determined spirit, he set off. The forest was a cathedral of quiet sounds. Gentle rain pattered on the broad leaves of chestnut trees, and a distant stream gurgled its ancient song. Finn walked slowly, his eyes not just looking, but truly seeing. He noticed that the moss grew thicker on the northern side of the trees, just as his grandfather had taught him. He saw a family of rabbits pause, not in fear, but in quiet observation, their noses twitching as he passed. Deep into the path, he found his first red herring, though it led to a delightful discovery. A flash of crimson in the undergrowth turned out to be a fox with an injured paw, caught in a tangle of thorny brambles. The mystery of the village could wait. Finn sat beside the fox, speaking in low, soothing tones. He carefully worked the brambles free, sharing a piece of his honey cake with the creature. Once freed, the fox didn't dart away. Instead, it nudged Finn's hand with its nose, then limped towards a nearby oak, pushing aside a curtain of ivy with its head to reveal a small, hidden spring. The water shimmered with an unusual, internal light. Finn drank from his hands, and the water tasted of cold starlight and wild mint, filling him with a profound sense of peace. It was not the answer, but it felt like a gift. Refreshed, he continued until the path ended at a clearing he'd never seen before. In its center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying like a dancer's arms. And there, nestled in the high grass, was an enormous, iridescent snail shell, large enough for Finn to peer into. As he looked, he didn't see a snail, but a swirling miniature cosmos within, a tiny, perfect replica of the night sky. And there, floating in the miniature void, was the missing timid spark, pulsing with a soft, lonely light. Finn understood then. This was no theft or disaster. This was a relocation. But why? He looked again at his constellation map. His grandfather had drawn not just the stars, but also the faint, almost invisible lines of celestial energy that connected them. He saw that the timid spark was connected to a star in a constellation known as the Weeping Willow, which, according to the map's lore, governed growth and renewal. He looked at the great willow tree in the clearing, and he saw that one of its major branches was splintered, hanging limp, sapped of life. The tree was dying. The village's other peculiarities clicked into place. The backwards flowing time, the color-changing flowers, they were all symptoms. The heart of their world, this ancient willow, was wounded, and the natural magic of Stillwater Bend was trying to heal itself, pulling Starlight and twisting time in a desperate, beautiful attempt to mend what was broken. Finn didn't try to move the star back. That felt wrong, like taking a bandage from a deep cut. Instead, he ran back to the village, his message not one of alarm, but of purpose. He found Rowan the baker, the clockmaker, the weaver, and all the others in the square. He told them of the wounded willow, the borrowed starlight, and the gentle, struggling magic. He spoke not of a problem to be solved, but of a friend to be helped. The people of Stillwater Bend listened, their faces softening with understanding. That very afternoon, the entire village walked the old forest path. The clockmaker brought strong cord and clever clamps to brace the broken branch. The baker brought a poultice of healing herbs and honey to dress the wound. The weaver brought a soft, moss-lined net to support the heavy limb. Children carried buckets of water from the starlit spring Finn had found. They worked together, their movements a quiet, coordinated dance of care. As the splinted branch was secured and the last of the healing poultice was applied, a collective sigh seemed to move through the forest. The gray morning glories at the edge of the clearing slowly blushed back to their vibrant blue. The wind chimes, which had been silent in the still air, began to tinkle a gentle, celebratory tune. That night the whole village gathered in the clearing, wrapped in warm blankets. They looked up at the sky. The timid spark was back in its rightful place in the Little Dipper, but it now shone with a new, confident brilliance, no longer timid at all. It had done its duty. The great willow tree, its life force returning, seemed to glow with a soft, green light, its leaves whispering thanks on the breeze. The mystery was solved, but the story was not over. The people of Stillwater Bend had learned to read the quieter signs of their world. They now knew their home was alive with a gentle, sentient magic, and they were its guardians. The peculiar happenings had not been a warning, but a call for help, a call they had answered with observation, empathy, and togetherness. And as the villagers walked back to their cottages under the restored, starry sky, the only sounds were the comforting chime of the clock tower marking the correct hour, the gentle patter of a passing shower, and the contented sighs of a community that had drawn closer, bound by a shared secret and a renewed love for the magical world they called home. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Leela knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role. and together they shall sing the song of harmony. With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever.